Well, hello again, friends, and welcome to another Concorde live stream, this time for Virtual British Airways, one of the BA virtual airlines that's just opened up some Concorde routes. It's the Virtual British Airways that uses the same flight tracking stuff that I've already got, so it seemed like a natural addition. Anyway, here we are. Having done some pretty significant flight planning, which takes, oh boy, does it take a bit of time, and trying to get the Concorde flight generating stuff to work. Putting the weather in is a little bit complex and a little bit interesting. But here we are, stand 10 at Terminal 7 at Kennedy. Slightly better stand, I think, compared to where we were parked yesterday, even though I did have to just move the aircraft back a bit so its nose wasn't in the terminal. But I think, as you can see, I suppose maybe it's a little bit, I think that could connect. Anyway, it is what it is. Nothing's perfect. There is another Concorde that looks like an A380 over there, sadly. And as far as I can tell, I've got Concorde on my CSLs, so it should show up, or maybe it's just the code, the way that it's setting out. Anyway, our call sign today is Speedbird Concorde 2. The other one is Speedbird Concorde 1, which is the wrong call sign for a trip from New York back. Having a look at the weather here at Kennedy, the runway in use, it says is 13 right. And have we planned? Has the flight generating system planned for that? 13 right is the longer of the availables. The other would be 22 right, I think. Takeoff for, where does it tell us which runway it has planned? I think that would be quite obvious. Maybe it hasn't planned anything at all. Anyway, our theta 2 is 13.1 degrees. I'm not sure how accurate that is going to be for this aircraft. Landing distance on arrival 2072. Where is the takeoff? So yeah, it's planned for 13 right. Now, whether or not that reflects what's in use here, I'm just having a look at the charts, and I tell you what, we'll probably figure out what this guy does. He seems to have a little bit more experience with Concorde than I do, so I might take his lead. So I've got smart cars running, that's fine. Hello Rick, good to see you again. This will be another relatively long and boring flight, but I am planning to take us back to Heathrow in Concorde, which I thought was a nice trip again. And then when we get there, we'll switch to KLM later. Once I figure out the times, I'll have a little bit of time to have dinner, although I'll probably have some light lunch during the cruise for this. We'll have some time to have some food, get set up, and it'll be nice and easy to plan the trip from Heathrow to Schiphol for the single runway event tonight. So that is the plan. Hello again, Entity, good to see you. So thanks for joining, guys. I appreciate that this is going to be a long and relatively boring one. So I've loaded up the payload. I can't quite set 95 packs, so I've gone for 99 and I've set the freight weight to match the OFP, which doesn't quite match what we've got, even though, I mean, so if we had 99 packs and they were, so if we've got 7900, oh, that's crew as well, isn't it? Does that come out right? I think the packs and crew weights are a little bit light compared to what's planned anyway. I've got the zero fuel weight to match by increasing the freight. That might throw the CG out a little bit, although it doesn't say that it is at the moment. Fuel-wise, I've increased to what we need, which is a release fuel of 95675. So we've got a little bit extra there, and I've got 2.5 tons for taxi because we got a little bit low yesterday, and it was getting a little bit close. So I don't know if I have to click apply there, but no, so I've already done that, that's fine. So here's the aeroplane sat on the ground. And so we might as well, I don't think there's anything to do apart from set up the INS and everything, and I'll run through that. And hopefully we'll get it right today. So, without further ado, let's hop in the jet. We can get ground vehicles and everything. I've tried it. I tried better pushback yesterday. Better pushback worked okay. The aeroplane rolled a bit while it was connecting, but I can sort of live with that, I think. So we'll try better pushback today because that worked and didn't appear to give any crashes. But what I'm not going to do is play around with any of the ground stuff because sometimes the models don't show, but you can get a whole suite of stuff from the doors and ground side here. So all of these things you can do. The pushback, I think better pushback integration would be better, but that's personally me. You can open up all the panels, add some engines. Concorde doesn't have an APU, so it needs a ground power unit, but it seems to work fine without it, and you'd have to start at least one of the engines before pushing back in reality. Anyway, I'm not going to faff about with that just in case it does break it. But there she is. Very, very pretty thing. And as a kid, I was lucky enough to know a guy that worked at Heathrow and stand on stand as he marshalled a Concorde in, which was really cool to see one of these arrive for real. And I was also lucky enough to sit at the side of the runway. I don't think you could do that anymore. Sat in the grass at Heathrow watching one of those go off, which yeah, certainly didn't feel like it was going to be something that you'd never see again. But anyway, enough of my nostalgia and chat. We're about 6.5 minutes in and we want to get pushed back in about 20. So, hopping into the jet, everything's loaded up. There have been some issues with some of the textures not loading up, but it looks fine to me. So, we thankfully are set trim to ground. Systems are off, so they can all come on. See all the instruments test themselves. Just going to get rid of that for when we use it later. And hopefully the lights and stuff will do as they're told this time. Now, I don't know if those V-speed bugs change at the moment. But anyway, that's all of the instruments checked. I've got... no, I haven't got the latest weather, so I'll get the latest weather in a little bit. But one thing, the first thing we need to do is A, put all of those on, B, turn the panel lights up and hope they don't go off, and you can see the IRSs are off there, so if I pop them to standby and align, that will take them 10 minutes to warm up, just like in the 7.3. I'm going to turn all the lights up so I can see. And we'll get the airplane set in a moment. So, landing lights. Get those out and down. Same with the taxi. Don't need the turn-offs. The seatbelts can go off because we would be fueling now. Well, that's just lights. I don't think you can arm the emergency, they just come on. Anti-collision we don't need on, the nav can stay on. Belts are off. Turn the panels up. As you'll appreciate, I am a little bit obsessed about being able to see the instruments and then everything else. There's loads of things to check in reality, but we're going to leave it at that. So, departure for the noise. Let me just have a look at the takeoff plan here, which I might be able to bring up in the cruise. We can have a look at, but I'm not particularly familiar with it. So we said Theta 2 was 13.1, which would make it about there. So that should be the departure, and then we reduce thrust to match that. V noise is 250, V2 plus 40 is 253. So we can set those. I think our initial climb will probably be about 280, but we'll use 10. That's alright, mate, you're not going to miss a huge amount, other than me just plumbing in the coordinates for the INS. We'll set the headings and stuff once we figure out what runway we're going to use, and we can get the nose back up. We can turn these up. And like I say, while the INS is aligning, there's no controllers on here. There's some Canadian ones and one for DC. We might expect somebody to come on before we push. Have I forgotten anything else? No, I don't think so. So let's jump into a waypoint entry. So JFK is where we're at, and I'm just going to step through all of these. So I've got an interesting-ish plan, which doesn't quite match what other people do, but I like to be different. So we're going to go off to SARDI, and I'm going to put that in, but we are going to fly radio aids all the way to... Ah, now actually, is that a bad idea? No, because we can go direct to the waypoint, and then it will work. So that's going to be waypoint 1, 2, 3, and then we're going to need it for the start of the Atlantic tracks. So let me just show you what the route looks like on here. So if I open up Chrome, that's less than ideal for you, but you can see that we are going to depart, however we depart from JFK, we are going to get ourselves intercepting this radial from the JFK VOR, and then we are going to be inbound just for a little bit to the Hampton VOR, and then we are going to be inbound, that should be inbound all the way, maybe not 103, what's that outbound from? Okay, so that's outbound from Robbinsville by the looks of things. Anyway, we are going to intercept the 083, or is that, no, that's distance, 269 radial, inbound to Nantucket, and Nantucket is going to be our, just before Nantucket is going to be our acceleration point. We can break the sound barrier and it will, as long as you do it here, it projects forwards and it will miss the land there. And then we are off, as you can see, to the, I think it's Sierra Mike tracks, or is it Sierra November? Maybe it's Sierra November. All of these INS tracks and waypoints, all the way, as you can see, across the Atlantic to this point, and then we are into the UKFIR at LULOX, and then it's going to be direct. So I'm going to plumb that in. I'm going to plumb BEDEK in, Nigget as well, probably. Are they the same? Maybe we can just go straight to Nigget, and then off to radio aids to Ockham, and then into London. So that's our route. We'll just get rid of that. And so while we're waiting for everything to align, let's plumb all these in. So I'm not going to put SARDI in, I'm going to put the longs in off of the flight plans, which it is giving, by the looks of things, correctly. So it is north 4041.1. It's west 07236.2. SARDI is probably going to be 10,000 at 250, give or take. Oh no, have I done that wrong already? That's the wrong waypoint. So, let's go back up to this one. So it's actually 4031.4. It's west 07072 47.9, right. That's overwritten number 2, good. Number 3 is north 4041.1, west 07236.2. That's probably going to be roughly the same. Then we are going to go to the ACK VOR. And again, I'm going to put that in as a lat long, so that's going to be north 41169, west 0700016. That is probably going to be something like 280 and 395 knots. It's fine. So 7016, right, so the next, this is when we're onto the tracks, so north 41400, west 065000. By that point we should be about 5,000, and it's probably about 350, give or take. Maybe it's a little bit more, whatever. We'll see what happens with the timings en route. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no, because that's 1 out, so that's actually 0, isn't it? That should be waypoint 0. Anyway. So 4140.65. Next one is north 4307.0, west 060000. At that point we should be more like 50,000 and something like 340. So I've got 24307. Next one is north 45100, west 052300. Probably about the same. Something like that. The next is north 45540, west 050000. Oh, hang on. That looks like that's gone a little bit wrong, doesn't it? 4543 west 05230. It's not going to take an hour. So total distance. Okay, right, so I probably just put the speeds in wrong, haven't I? Speed-wise, okay, whatever. Not too fussed about that, as long as the distances are correct. So we got 227, 238, 345, this one 050, 114, 113, that's fine, that adds up. Next is north 48100, west 040000, 431, 430, fine. Next is north 49260, west 03000. 402, good. And the next north 49490, west 020000. Should be 389 on the distance. Good. Just ticking these off of the plan as it goes. North 49410, west 015000. 194. Next is north 50220, west 008000. And that is LULOX. So at LULOX we should be descending, so let's call it 45 and something like 395. 273, good. Oh no, we should have been descending well before then, whatever. OKESI, I've crossed out the ones that I don't need, so we are going to have to still go direct to OKESI. What we can't accept is any sort of like last minute changes. 51266, because I'm not going to be able to put them in. West 002037. That's probably going to be at something like 300. Two, three, four, good. Then we're off to BEDEK, NIGIT, and then OKESI. So BEDEK is north 51223, west 001335. BEDEK we're going to expect probably something like 12,250. 17, 19 miles, cool, whatever. NIGIT is north 51188, west 001102, and I don't know, is that, I haven't had a look at the chart, but maybe that's something like 8,250 again. Distance of 14, that's fine. We can put OKESI in, which annoyingly is split across the page, although we're going to expect to be on radio aids by this point. 51183. OKESI might be east. No, it's still just about west. Of course it is. 000268, and I think about the same sort of height and everything. Now, is it 27 miles? Let's just says OKESI. Yes, it is, but I've missed out a couple of points there, so that's why that doesn't match up. And then the final is we probably want like 83 and 0. So total distance 3094. Let's just add this up and make sure it works. So where is my total distance? Sorry, this is me just being a bit slow with these very different format flight plans. Where on earth is the route? We've got fuel, we've got time. Payloads. Anyway, it looks like the total flight log 3098. You know what? That's pretty good. I'll go for that. So we can commit that to the INS. Payload manager, fuel manager, flight plan is all done. Now alternate is Manchester, V-noise is 250. Airspeeds, let's just see what if they match up with what we've got on the takeoff card here, which I'll bring up in the cruise because I'm going to struggle now. V1169 I've got on here, and V-rotate 195. So the performance is ever so slightly different. Fuel, engine, CG, we don't need to worry about any of those. And it's just a case of getting ourselves ready and pushed back, which is pretty much we are on time for. So let's get down here. 122. 1228 for Unicom. 2000 on the transponder, and of course that should have all gone off. And then we'll have a look at our departure. Get Unicom transmitting and receiving. Still no one online. So let me get the weather.metar. KJFK off of VATSIM. And then we'll have a look at our departures. So, at 11:51 Zulu, that was ages ago, 190 at 12. It's 9 statute miles, light rain. Don't think we've had any light rain yet. Few at 2,000 feet, few at 4,000 feet. Broken at 10,000 and broken to 20,000. Temperature is 12, dew point of 12. Altimeter is 2985. So, happy with that now. 190 is probably going to give us... Oh, I've written it on the wrong line. 190, let's just have a look at the charts. So, the airport, a wind of 190 is going to be 30 degrees off 22 and 60 degrees off 13. So, there's 12,000 foot of runway from 22 right, and it's a shorter taxi, so I think I'm going to be happy to take that as a departure. Having a look at those departures, there's a couple of things we can do. So the runway heading is 224. We're going to need the Kennedy VOR 1159. And I'll have a look at the en route chart in a minute for our routing. But to get to SARDI, SARDI is 110. Uh, 110 at 45 DME. So we will have to get ourselves there somehow. If we depart off 22, straight ahead until 5 DME and then vectored. So we will self-vector. And what's our vector going to be? Something like 090 left turn. Which is fine. And then you would be looking for the Hampton VOR 1136. We want to be... Difficult reading these charts. Let's see if I can get the en route from here. So we got SARDI and then inbound to Hampton, which is 056. I'll use heading at that point because what we then want to do is 089 all the way to Nantucket, which is 1162. So we've got those to change around as we get going. We've set the pitch. We've got 250 for the noise. Happy, so I think we're going to be a minute or two late. But that's our departure and I'm happy with it. And I'm just going to scribble that down. That 16.2 ECK 089 inbound 089 1162 ACK. Good. 2985 is the altimeter. Not going to set it that side, and thankfully it doesn't actually matter. Those are all green, so we can pop those on. And let's have a look around. We are effectively ready to go. So I'm just going to have a look on the radar while we get. So I need to disable XRAS because it just irritates me otherwise. Doesn't take into account that we haven't got no flaps. So I think we want to push back something like this. And then we'll start engines once we've stopped. I know it's a little unrealistic, but there's not a lot I can do about that for the time being.
Ground to cockpit, plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you are ready.
Okay, so I think we are good to go. System as normal, ground, let's get pushed back. Better push back.
Ground to cockpit, tow is driving up.
Cool. So really different for setup. And I'm sorry that I wasn't showing you guys the charts, but let me just bring those up now while we're waiting. So I was looking at that for the departure. We're going to intercept. We're going to leave JFK, intercept that radial into SARDI, left turn. And what I might do is turn the INS on and see if the INS actually does what we think it will do whilst using the radios as a backup. So I'll get us heading towards SARDI, turn the INS on, and then hopefully we'll go at that point, SHLEP, and then direct, missing out all these waypoints to Nantucket VOR, and then off on our way. Hopefully that will work. If not, we will soon find out. And for departure-wise, I don't think there's much difference in the Kennedy versus all of these. So we're just going to be straight ahead till 5
Okay,
DME.
all doors and hatches are closed.
And then sort ourselves out as if we were getting vectored. And that is that. Now I don't know if we started moving then. We did yesterday, but maybe it was because we were light. The tow is going to get hitched up and it's pretty loud actually. It's a little bit unrealistic. Oh, so I think Cargo Lux is going to runway 13. We're happy for the shorter run. Although I will just check the takeoff limitations.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Okay, so let's get the brake off. Brakes are off.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
I probably should have told people that we were on our way back. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird Concorde 2, push and start, Terminal 7, stand 10. And we're going to minimise fuel use by leaving it until the last minute to start the engines, as luckily we can. Like I say, unrealistic, you need at least one running, because you need the GPU all the time for Concorde. As I've read, I don't know if they had a GPU like attached to the tug. I can't imagine they did, because they would have been properly big old beasts in the old days. So we're pushing. Taxi, we're about 5 minutes late. That's a better push. Takeoff. Sorry, I'm still looking for takeoff distances. Anti-noise distance 7 DME, 7 nautical miles. We'll switch everything off. So I think that would be quite a high departure rate. So relatively high rate of climb, but probably quite high drag as well. So what's concerning me is I can't quite find takeoff distance. We've got takeoff run available. Plan takeoff weights.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
So I've got so brake works slightly differently in Concorde. We're going to click on this.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Good, parking brake set. So we've got thrust parameters. What I can't see anywhere is takeoff run. Takeoff run available, accelerate stop distance available, structural weights. Vector in meters, that's also fine. Get rid of better. So
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
So let's get the engine started and get taxiing anyway. Flight engineer, engine start. Because I think it isn't actually possible yet in this aeroplane to start it manually. 4 reheat, takeoff thrust. So it's got temperatures and a table, dry runway, and our speeds. No, I'm still struggling, so there must be another way to calculate our departure distance, which we've got our load, we've got our payload to take off. Right, have the 2 engines start, all 4 engines, 2 engines have all 4 started up. Can't find a distance, so as I would say in the Zevo, that's probably relatively dangerous. Just the descent and landing, so nowhere can I find it. So maybe I'm missing something. I've definitely got some more reading to do. Anyway, we can leave the nose up so it doesn't hit anything. We can pop our taxi lights on. And I'm just going to get the approach, not the approach chart, sorry, the airport chart up. And we are going to be taxiing. I think we will cross 13 left, Delta, and then go down 222 right. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird, Concorde 2, taxiing, holding point, Echo, runway 22 right, via Whiskey, cross 13 left, Delta, and Echo. So clear left, clear right, brakes off. Oh, it is raining, isn't it? I don't know if you guys can see that. There's just no rain effect on the windscreen, so not sure if there's anything we have to do regards anti-ice. The aircraft does have anti-ice. Don't even know where the temperature gauge is. So we're going to just taxi straight across here. I'm going to have a little look out. I don't know why the G or CG meter is moving around like that. We're going to go all the way across here and do a right. So it's the first right after the runway. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird, Concorde 2, crossing 13 left. So, one interesting thing about this is how far the nose wheel is behind. I assume that we need to be about 10 knots for the turn as well. Oh, might have got that wrong. Okay, maybe that was a bit late. You see how quick the nose comes round. More taxi practice required. And was it? Really? No, it wasn't that bad. Why do we need so much thrust to get going? Anyway, we're going all the way down here. We should get to Echo, do a left. Still no one online to talk to. So, I have to set the RSs up in a minute as well. And I might as well do it now actually because we want to know our current position, and we want to know we want to know distance and time. And degrees to intercept. Anyway, we'll see. We'll intercept the JFK and then we'll pop onto the RS and hope against all hope that we end up going in the right way. So there should be a little left with a diagonal that joins back on this taxiway. We should take the second onto Echo. So Charlie, we are on. Delta Bravo, that should be Foxtrot Bravo to the left, but whatever. Yep, and then we just need to do a left after it. Let's get the controls in the right place. There you go, and you can see the runway hold lights ahead, which is a really useful bit of information on the scenery. Grey and rainy day in New York. Oh, maybe they don't let people taxi down this one. Whatever. Maybe with it being wet as well, the nose wheel is not as effective. Anyway, we're going right down to the end here. We'll be heading straight out over the ocean. So let's get the flight directors on. You can't engage the autopilot or anything on the ground. So the auto throttle won't, you can't arm it. Let's pop all the lights on, those should have been on already. Let's self-clear for takeoff. Just have a look, because I don't think we've got... This should do TCAS, but I'm not sure it works or is modelled. Kennedy traffic, Speedbird, Concorde 2, lining up, taking off, runway 22 right. Nothing on text. I think we can arm pitch hold, no. So nothing seen, nothing heard, nothing in text. And I do believe Concorde is done from a standing start with the brakes on. Oh, I've balls that up as well, haven't I? So I think it's going to be takeoff to 12:48. Brakes on. Is there anything else I need to do? Don't think so. We have announced brakes off. That should give us a 3, 2, 1 now countdown, but it doesn't. So slam the throttles forwards.
Airspeed building.
Seems a bit quieter than before.
100 knots. Power set. V1. Rotate. V2.
So let's get
Positive climb. Positive climb.
Alright,
Gear
gear.
coming up.
See if we can pitch hold to maintain 250. Autopilot on.
Gear up. Doors locked.
And what we want to do is
250 knots.
pitch. I think we are looking for 7 DME. Don't think we can pitch up more than that. Get the reheats off. And we're still accelerating.
3,000 feet.
So, no, it's still runway heading, isn't it? So 5 DME, and then we're going to do a left-hand turn. Let's see what we can intercept. We're going to try and not cheat as well, just use radio aids all the way. Let's go 280, because we are quite heavy. I think it should have been a reduced thrust as well. So I think if we get ourselves back down to 13, whatever. As you can see, it's all a bit of a mess. Let's get those up for the drag. Actually, let's go. I think we're going to need 090, something like that. So let's intercept. We were looking for 110, that might not be enough. Let's keep bringing it around. We should have got the nose up slightly earlier as well. Let's have a look on the noise card. Should have been 96.5 on the N2, so we can bring that back quite a bit. You can see we're still climbing quite well. Maybe I just need to learn how to fly the jet. So we're approaching 10,000. I think we can go from engine rating takeoff to engine rating flight.
10,000 feet.
Just wait for the VOR to come in. Tell you what, you definitely need an autopilot to fly this. Although apparently, in reality, the Concorde guys did hand fly a lot. Don't know if it's true, but I've certainly read that hand flying was done all the way sometimes. Anyway, nice bit of cloud surfing. How are the frame rate doing? Amazing. There's the VOR coming in. So let's see if we can't intercept that. Got no idea whether where the wind is coming from. We'll switch to the INS in a little bit. You can see that we are accelerating quite nicely. 350 might be a good climb speed. Now if I VAW-lock it, how will it behave? Let's just set 110, see how we get on. So outer core we've got, and I think this is where we'd go max climb as well, which is sort of like a level change.
knots.
Maybe 395 is better, I'm not sure. Certainly fast.
Trim. Should I change it?
Oh, did I not do the fuel trim? That's irritating.
Fuel trim to flight.
It wasn't set for takeoff. Mind, lots of things to worry about. As you can see, it climbs like a homesick angel. Now, one thing we are going to lose when we switch to the INS is... let's get this down a little bit. One thing we are going to lose is the VOR. .2707, okay, that's no good. So I think we want to be going to 3.1.
feet.
Okay, maybe that's not going to play ball. Waypoint 1, why don't we try a waypoint 2? $30 miles, that sounds a bit more realistic, doesn't it? Irritating thing with the lights. So 45 DME is where we're looking for. I think we need a little bit of reduction. I'm going to outhold in a minute anyway. And we will accelerate to Mach .95. So I think what we need now is 113, 6, and we want 236 radial, so 056. Oh, that's almost already. Hold at 9.5. And we've got 13 miles to run on this track, which is how far outbound? 15, 9, 24. So 24 DME. We're following the coast at Mach .95. Let's have a look on the INS. 50, okay, that's not right. So I think we want to be going from I think this is where we're going to need not 1136, 1162. go. Not the best flown, but you know what? Not bad. Considering that's all roughly raw data and a bit difficult to fly, switching between the two. I suppose we could have done it on the RMI. Not bad. So 118 miles. We're on our way. So let's have a little cheat and see how that looked. Oh, look, I managed to... Oh no, hang on, we should be on the high airways. Yeah, okay. Not ideal. So that's Juliet 6-2. Oh. Okay, we are well off. I thought I'd done quite well there. Sort of. So SARDI should have been us there. Needed to start that turn a lot earlier, and then the right turn at SHLEP. Okay. Little dose of humble pie there. I thought I was doing quite well. I suppose at 109, that deviation is not going to be a huge amount, is it? So let's see if we can't figure out. We need to be going to waypoint 1, 2, 3. So I think we need to go from waypoint 2 to 3. I can't get this working, this is going to be a right pain. So it shouldn't be, it should be more like 100 miles. So let's see. I'm not sure we're going to intercept that, so let's try 080. And while we're doing it, let's try the waypoint list. So how can I swap this around? It certainly worked last time. So waypoint list, got past 2. ECK is what we want. We want to be going to 3. No, we don't. SARDI, we want to be going to 4. 4-1, right, so that's where I got it wrong. So we're looking for waypoint 4. We want to be going from then even that isn't right, is it? So if that's 1, 2, 3, should be 4, is it 5? We want to go from 0 to 5. Yes, that looks like it, doesn't it? Don't know how these can get so messed up. So let's get tracking inbound conventionally. I'm happy that that's now correct. What a nightmare. Right, sorry I haven't been paying attention to chat, guys, so thanks for being patient. You can see that it's different on my flight plan. KJFK is 0, which would correspond to 1 on this. 2, 3, 4, and yet it appears to be waypoint number 5. Anyway, we look relatively happy. Need to try and intercept the old airway. probably not doing a hugely good job there, so let's just bring that right 5 degrees. Count for wind. This pulled out will take us on heading, and if we pop it in, it will track us direct to the VOR, which is quite useful. I would use VORLOG, but it seems to be something of an interesting pain. Anyway, as you can see, my radio nav is not doing too well, but the INS is working, so it's telling us to go right to head direct. So we will leave it on conventional to start with, and then as we start to get closer to it, we'll switch it onto the INS, and then hopefully the INS will take over and it will tick over and start to work. Otherwise, we will have a headache for the entire route. So that was semi-unprofessional, wasn't it? Anyway, we are stonking along the coast towards Nantucket. 10 degrees right. I don't know why it is that A. It just baffles me, the numbers. I thought I had it all plumbed in and it should have worked, but never mind. And it is about right, 10 degrees to take us there direct. So out hold, and let's try 50,000 initially. Oh, that's one thing we haven't done, isn't it? Set standard, but the airplane will hold us on that. So let's pop that in and track direct to the VOR. And let's see if the airplane does actually track or if it just points to it. Is it adjusting for the drift there? We will see. Yeah, I mean, that assumes that there is any drift. Once we get a little bit closer, I will switch over to the INS, because what I don't want it to do is take us on a wild course all over the place. So as you can see, it's... I know it's saying go left, so it is taking us direct. Why don't we try that? See what it does. There we go, I think we're on the money. So let's see what we're doing on this side. Switched true on that side as well, hasn't it? So you can't do anything. I'm not quite sure why this doesn't eventually sort itself out. And you can read as much as you like, but because this aircraft doesn't quite perform the same, and is not quite modelled, it's a little bit difficult. Anyway, pretty much just before Nantucket, we want to climb and accelerate. So I'm going to assume that the seatbelt signs get left on for the cruise climb. As you can see, it's not going to be long before we're there. 2 minutes. So even that isn't really... But I thought the INS would take us direct. See, my raw data instrument stuff needs a bit of work, doesn't it? So one thing I'm not quite clear about, like I said, in reality I think it's max climb that is used initially, and that's like a pitch mode that will keep the aeroplane climbing ideally. I'm not sure if I should use a combination broadcast. Not sure if I should use a combination of pitch and everything, because it's really difficult to maintain a decent rate of climb. So I think it's quite high initially and then bringing it down. So if we set something like 12.5, 13, I don't think there's any information on here for the transonic climb. And of course there's very few people that have flown this aeroplane, so 10 miles to Nantucket. Let's get the aeroplane, let's get the Mach hold off, to increase the throttles and pitch the aeroplane up, maybe not that high. Okay, let's try something like 10 degrees.
$30,000 feet. Consider reheat usage for supersonic climb.
Pop the reheats on. Start seeing the speed increase. So we look like we're overhead Nantucket and climbing. There we go, let's just bring that down. Get the airplane accelerating. So we were overhead Nantucket 1310.
Mach 1 passed.
227, 227, happy. There's us going through the sound barrier. So just trying to get these needles to keep pace with each other, while still maintaining a decent rate of climb. Just making sure we don't get hit VMO. Keep the aeroplane within CG as well, which is of course shown on here as well. Maybe it is a little bit lower. Suppose we could announce it on VATSIM, but not particularly fast. So let's try a little bit higher on the pitch. Delicate balance. If we don't climb fast enough, then looks like it was all right. I thought I'd turn that off. Just checking the settings once again, the cruise, and the airplane should start to rocket up from about 1.3.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
There you go, you can start to see the needles closing up. Like I say, I'm sure in the real one that max climb sorts all that out and keeps us tracking that needle. Not so quiet for 50,000. But they are closing up a little
40,000
bit.
feet.
So I'm just a little bit twitchy to try and keep those needles together without them getting too close. I'm sure there's a nice comfortable picture that you could set, just leave it. Maybe once we get to 1.7 the reheats are coming off.
I suggest reheat off.
Don't think that was a bad climb. So let's just get us back to something sensible. Keep the aeroplane accelerating whilst not climbing too quickly. I think if it wasn't for having to look to turn the reheats off there, it would be a lot easier to keep this relatively smooth. There we go, we've only used 5.5 minutes, almost 6 minutes, which is a lot less than last time, so it's a lot more efficient to get it smoothly, much smoother climb than yesterday. But seeing as this is what, like third or fourth supersonic climb, I'm just going to say that I'm doing alright. Nav's a bit wonky, flying's a bit wonky, but you know what, it's okay. I mean, it's only manipulating the autopilot, but it's still a few more dimensions to think about than normal. So for a minute looks good, and I think 50 I determined was about 4, so we'll set that for the cruise climb. Just because we don't have max cruise to go off of. Probably do it a touch higher there because we are catching up to the needle again. You can see that it's actually got a little nick so that the two can line up without you overspeeding. Don't know if you can see that there. That's not a single pointer. The pointer has got a bit where you can nestle this needle. So I think that's what the jet did, to be nice and efficient. So it's taken us about 100 miles to sort this climb out, which is pretty hilarious in my mind, because that's how fast we're going. So this pitch index that I'm adjusting actually has a controller on the yoke rather than pitch trim. They don't close up too quickly. Maybe to leave them as they are. There's no one on VATSIM, so somebody just did a missed approach in text at 22 right, so they picked a good runway, as I suppose did we. Let's try one click higher. Let's see how the needles go. We're almost at Mach 2 anyway. There's a lot going on. It's been absolutely amazing to fly this aeroplane. So I think that's just the centre of pressure moving. Oh no, that is the aircraft levelling off, isn't it?
50,000 feet.
And a Mach 2, so let's Mach hold at that point.
Passing Mach 2. Mach overspeed warning. Throttle back or climb.
Now, that I'm sort of happy with, so let's just set the pitch. maybe let the aeroplane climb just a little bit quicker. There we go, that's got the Mach overspeed warning off. So we just need it to creep up. And it's only because the auto throttle's not that precise. And anyway, there we are in the cruise climb. .02, ground speed of 1170. And of course, we would set max cruise and be completely on our way. See if we can get the pitch to match. 2.03 is a little bit quick, but would still technically be within limits. Let's have a look and see where we are on VATSIM. So we've just crossed the line into the oceanic space. C-17. Well, we're going to be overtaking him. It's out there somewhere. Anyway, there we are. We look pretty happy and stable now. Let's see if we're climbing about 50 feet a minute. More like 100, isn't it? Anyway, whatever. We're still an out-of-choir vertical speed, INS, so we are happy. Let's have a look on the en route chart. That looks about right, so we've just crossed into the New York Oceanic Center. We're just going to be to the south of the Canadian before we get to the next waypoint, and then it will be a left to a track of 083. Silly contrails there. 50 miles and 2.5 minutes. Interesting that we got right to 1.3 degrees. Anyway, 083 will be our outbound from the next one, and then it should be 239. 083, 074 this way, can't tell that though. 1323. We could set this one up for current position. So it should be 238 for the next waypoint. 238 miles. .240, close enough. 12.5 minutes. Pretty steep left turn as well, isn't it? Considering we're doing 11 degree. 11 degrees is what we need to lose. starts to go all over the place. Let's just get it on the map to have a look. See what turn that is. .46.5 was what we crossed, which is that line there. That was a lot of turn for not a lot of change. Anyway, happy. Off we go en route. If you guys can see from outside. Check out the flickering clouds. Vast and empty ocean. With a little bit of a repeating checkerboard pattern by the looks of things. Share about the banding on the sky, but until we get decent 10-bit monitors, it's always going to be there. So Washington Center was online. Still nothing at New York. Our mate Concorde 1 is ahead of us. Quite sure what track. I'm going to assume he's flying the same tracks, but it'd be nice if we spot and overtake. So there's a line of guys coming westbound across the Atlantic on VATSIM. Quite a long line actually. There's a fair old smattering across the Atlantic, but not a huge amount. Shannon's online, and we would be going into their airspace at the last point. So if I just have a look on, the en route chart. So it looks like it's Shannon on there, but it should technically be Shanwick. I'm pretty sure we'll be entering it, so we might have somebody to talk to on arrival. Inbound to London could be fun. So we've got 10 minutes to run till the next point. Then it'll be 2453. So it's going to be just over 2 hours after that point. So we're probably ETA about 2 hours 30 minutes. We were off at 13:48, weren't we? I think that's what I wrote down. No. We're off at 12 and 12. So we had 12-13 minute taxi. Oh no, that was off blocks. So taxi was a bit shorter than that, wasn't it? So we should have ample fuel. But we will see. Concorde book that I've got has got the en route charts, and it's got the alternate fuels at different points as well, which is quite useful as you start to get back to Sierra November 20 degrees west. You can divert to Shannon. You need 13.4 tons, Glasgow 20, Manchester 20.7. You need 21.5 to get into Heathrow, so that is really useful information. Anyway, I've been staring at the en route charts. Let's have a look at chat. There's not a lot really to say. Our next waypoint should be due south of Sable Island that we saw on the way over. that's it, pretty much. Project to Fly is running. I don't think that does ETAs or anything. It doesn't appear to. Active Sky is still running. You're still here? Well, thanks, Entity. I mean, like I say, there's, apart from me scribbling down the times at the waypoints and distances to go, there isn't really a lot to do for 2 hours. Yeah, hey, I mean, it's all good. Thanks for sticking around. I'll probably go off and have some lunch in a minute, especially since there's no one online to talk to. Just keep an eye on the waypoints. You know, they're 238 miles apart. This one, 345 for the next. 114, 431, 402, 389, 200. You know, they're all about 200-300 miles apart, and you know, 200 miles in 12 minutes just means every sort of 10-15 minutes you've just got to check the waypoint and make sure we're going the right direction, which is quite fun. Well, it's routine, isn't it? Just like actual flying. What we don't have, which is a shame, is the output with the. Oh yeah, thanks. You can just shout at the screen if it ends up dropping out of the sky. Well, it seems pretty reliable to me. What we're missing is the ETAs and en route times on this flight log, which is a shame. And because of the transonic bit and the deceleration, it's easy enough to plan the rest of the route at Mach 2 with a ground speed of 1165 and divide that by the total distance to give us 2 hours. But of course, we're going to have to add on maybe another half hour on top of that because of the deceleration as we get back towards Blighty. Although, I mean, in theory, I'm going to operate it realistically, but on VATSIM we could just boom all the way to London. But to be honest, what are we going to save doing that? Maybe 10 minutes? Because, you know, we've still got to slow down at some point, and as you saw yesterday from my poor descent planning, it is very difficult to get the aeroplane slowed. As you can see, the engines are operating at almost full power all the way. We've got the fuel flow down to fuel flow is down to 22.4 tons. Down. Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. We've got the winds en route. Not that that helps much, it's temperature more than anything, although some of the winds did seem quite strong. Like I say, even though it isn't perfect, I still think it's a pretty impressive recreation of an incredibly impressive machine. That's alright, well thanks for coming along and having a look anyway. Hopefully we'll have a decent landing. And it will be in a couple of hours, so it will be streamed and saved for you to enjoy at your leisure, and you can speed your way through the Mach 2 cruise, which even seems like it takes an ages. It seems like it takes an age until we start going past people. There's, like I said, there's a C-17 out over here that I don't think we're going to be able to see, but we are catching and going well past them. So, thanks for coming, JB, and take care out there. Hope to see you again soon. Like I said, later on, hopefully I'll be going into Schiphol when it's busy. I've got enough time to have dinner and plan that, but certainly the planning for that is going to be a lot easier than this. Yeah, so there you go, you can just see Sable Island up there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it, but we'll be turning a beam in. I'm sure in reality you'd be able to see it. Maybe I'll just leave the view something like that, so you can see everything pertinent. Maybe I should save this as, why don't I save this as 6? There's 5. There's cruise. Yeah, it works. Oh, I should probably let the punters out. I don't know when you're meant to turn that off. Like I say, I should also turn that to cruise for the engine rating. No idea what difference it makes. Got the yellow warning light to say that the afterburners are off. Did think about trying to take Concorde into Amsterdam, but I thought that might be somewhat difficult. And I haven't flown Zebo for a while, so I need to get back in the 7.3 and operate an aeroplane properly and successfully. So 20 miles in 1 minute is pretty cool. And there you can see it's due south of Sable Island, and about the same distance above it is that C-17 that we're not going to see. We might be able to see somebody on the way from, where's CYYZ, one of the Canadian airports, Toronto. That seems like a bit of an odd track. Doesn't look like it's a great circle, but we might end up whizzing past them. Going to keep my eye on the VATSIM radar on the iPad. But like we saw yesterday, until you actually see another aeroplane that's doing, you know, a good sort of like 500-600 knots over the ground. 1335, 345, bingo. So 067. Yeah, until you see another aeroplane that's doing that, it is deceptive. You're twice as high as they are. Hello again, Stefan. You've joined in the middle of a cruise. You missed a slightly better supersonic acceleration that used a lot less fuel. Only 1 Mach overspeed warning just as we hit Mach 2, which I thought was bang on the money. So maybe we should go to flight level 520 every time just to get that additional buffer. But I did think it was from 50 to 60, or 500 to 600, but whatever, it is what it is. So yeah, you missed a relatively poorly flown departure with some bad radio nav and a little bit of hiccup with the INS, which I did manage to get working because the waypoints never seem to match up, but it is what it is, and we're on our way. As you can see, we've just gone past. You saw that massive turn was just for that tiny little change. Look at that tiny change of a couple of degrees, and that was a big old bit of angular bank to get the aeroplane round. The radius of turn at these speeds is phenomenal. So what's this long line of Speedbirds, Lufthansas, loads of them crossing their way across the Atlantic. They are at, so they're at 3.5, one's at 400, one's at 3.56, so the 600 feet out is just pressure. So one must be at no, they must be all evens, mustn't they? So one must be at 3.6, one must be 4.0. What's the ground speed? So ground speed here, Stefan, is 1164. It's shown there. We've got 305 miles, which is matching up here, and the INS is tuned here to distance to go and time. So 300 miles, 15.6 minutes. This one is telling us we need to go right half a degree. So the aeroplane, because it's following a great circle between the points, will be constantly changing its heading ever so slightly. So, I mean, that's good enough. And then down here I've got the position you can see if you want to see exactly where we are. So what I might do is put there we go, put that one there and put... so that should be our next waypoint. Or is it waypoint 1? 51 north. Let's have a look. Yeah, that must have been... Oh, why is waypoint 1 that? That's why it was going funny at the beginning. Whatever. That's our current position, so... There you go, I'll leave that up so that you can see where we're going. Sorry, where we are. And how far we've got to go to the next one. That's quite useful for ETAs and everything, of course. We've used 5 minutes 46 of reheat, and I thought I turned the afterburner off a little. Oh, maybe I turned it off a bit too late, to be fair. I think it was meant to be 7 miles, wasn't it? So I need a lot more practice getting that all smoothed out. Noise, V noise. So we should have been back to N2 of 96.5. And sure, it was anti-noise distance 7 nautical miles, so we should have been doing reheats on for 7 miles before then knocking those off, reducing the thrust to maintain 250, which I didn't do a particularly good job of, but trying to nav the jet as well. Thankfully we could use radio aids for the departure, because with the INS issues that would have not worked out particularly well. So yeah, like I say, just looking, there's a trail of 6 aeroplanes going across. They are doing 500 knots ground speed. That is ground speed, isn't it? Yes, 500 knots. One's true airspeed 490, 506. Our true airspeed actually, yeah, is going to be 420. But of course, a lot less air up here. So they are doing 500 knots. We are doing over twice as much, and we are half as high again as they are. So if you're looking down on something at 30,000 feet, you're at 60. Then yeah, it's a bit like looking up at an airliner, except you're doing it from above. That's really irritating. Right, I said I was going to check to see if I turn that off. Do I have to save anything here? Stop it. That clearly doesn't work. So I'd like the lights left on. Anyway, this is us. No one to talk to. We could do position reports. My position reports are not particularly good. We've already overtaken the C-17 that's out to the north, which we can't even see on here. Are we going to cross this guy? We might do. There's a couple of aircraft ahead, one that we might end up overtaking and be able to see, and the other that is coming towards us. So they are coming towards us at ground speed of 455. We are doing a ground speed of 1164, so that's 1500 closing speed. And they might cross right to left. Be great if TCAS worked. Temperature of 122, so we could go a little bit quicker. Like I say, I'm not sure if it's... That was the sort of max efficiency speed, 202. But we are certainly rocketing along. Don't know if we can see from external. What is there? Is there a... Oh! There's an aircraft carrier. Where's this? Oh, all the way over there. I'm sure that'll move at some point. Don't really play with the views, to be honest. there's the boom. Like I say, not particularly realistic. Oh, that's a long way away. So let's just see, do we think we're going to match up? No, I think we're going to be a little bit quicker. We're going to not be quick enough to overtake somebody that's crossing left to right, maybe a couple of 100 miles ahead. And I think we're going to be too quick for the guy that's crossing from right to left. He's only in a little A321 by the looks of things. The Azores Airlines. Estimated en route time of 5 hours 45 minutes. Far too boring. Even the cruise for this is boring enough in my mind. What I can do is show you the waypoints we are on our way to. They are here, so that's the one we're off to, which was 346. 15 minutes to do that, which would take you, what, 35, 40 and something else. At that point we're going to be almost south of beam of St John's. I think there is a VOR there, there is. Torbay 1135. But that is not going to match up. No, I was going the right way. There we go. So you could plot that 235 radial. We had a look on here. There's 18, 19, 200, 21, 22, 23. So we should be out here somewhere. You can see that that there is going to be, what are we going to say, like 190 something? So if we call that 190, we'll see that cross a little bit later. Well, not a little bit later, in 7 minutes. Yes, the Concorde is no longer flying, sadly. 2003 were the last flights. But I mean, you can just see, I mean, the fuel consumption. I think it uses about 10 times the fuel as the 7.3, and yes, you are getting there quicker, but you're getting there twice, 3 times quicker, but you're using 10, 20 times the fuel. It's mad. But, I mean, you can see the kilos just counting down. We are using 21.2 tons an hour, and that's going to reduce as we get lighter. But when you look at the payload of this aeroplane is only about 12 tons max for an aeroplane that can take 90 tons of fuel and that has a zero fuel weight of 89.3 tons, so the empty weight is, you know, something like 78 tons plus 90 tons of fuel plus a very, very small amount of payload. You're accelerating a huge amount of weight, most of which is fuel, to a very fast speed. So, yeah. Anyway, like I say, you can see our position down on the right. The INS 100 miles in 5.2 minutes, 5.1. Actually, we might be able to see the airplane going the other way. There he is, Azores Airline. Might be a little bit too far away. I'd expect him to be above the cloud, but I don't know what the base or the tops of these clouds are. Got a good 1500 knots of closing speed. But it's better when you've got an aeroplane that's going in the same direction as you, because then you can just see it looking like it's stationary. Oh, you're definitely not going to spot another aeroplane without the background of some clouds. So it should be out a beam somewhere. Maybe it's just a little bit too far. I mean, they definitely do show up when we saw yesterday, so. So maybe we'll catch up with this guy, be able to see him. I'm not quite sure how far away that is. Anyway, I can tell you that he is at 34,000 feet and he's doing a ground speed of 462 knots. Can't see him, but maybe we'll see the one up ahead. Tap 282, tap 262 off to Portugal. Yeah, so not only did they have to have special paint to accommodate that stretching, but here the bulkhead between the aircraft and the flight engineers panel would open up during flight, and on all the last flights the engineers got their hats and stuck them in there, and then when the aeroplane slowed down, they got crushed and stuck. So yeah, 300 mil. What's that, about a foot? Yeah. I think they said about 12 inches of increase. So yeah. And when you think this aeroplane was designed in the 60s, similar sort of time as the 737, it looks it was way ahead of its time for, you know, fly-by-wire digital analog controls, and it's effectively Airbus was born out of all the collaboration in this project. So Airbus are the direct descendants of this European project. And when you think what could be achieved, and okay, she's very thirsty, but you know, certainly for the 60s, and you look to where we've come, there is nothing to match it. It is pretty impressive. So, are we going to catch up with TAP 262? Quite sure where he's going, but anyway, let me just have a look on the en route chart. See the VOR starting to come across now, which is sort of what we expected for the rough radial of where we wanted to be on the en route chart. And of course, if I had a proper en route chart, I'd be able to take a bearing and a distance from that, and we would be able to say if we were exactly on point with the radial and the distance. Obviously we know exactly where we are, so you could plot that, but that would give you another fix. So 116 miles, 1314, yeah, that's close enough. We were overhead at 1353. So a turn of only a couple of degrees and a huge roll to the left. The vertical speed holding is not particularly good for that. And where's TAP 262? Ah, we might overtake, and hopefully he's above some of these clouds so we can see him. It's not messaged back. Anyway, 083. That's mag though. Oh, maybe I should have used the... oh no, I can't. Maybe I should have used the... need to have a play around with Sky Vector and see if I can get that to give us a decent nav log. Let's see what it shows. Oh, I've just generated one. Maybe I can print it. Oh yes, it's got the tracks and the variation. So 452. Which one were we just overhead? So we were overhead 4510 north. Let's have a look on the nav log. 4510 north, right? So 66. The magvar of 17 actually, that's quite useful because we are 66 true. And then when we get to the next point, that will be 68, so we should have a little bit of a right-hand turn in 4 minutes. Can we see our buddy? He should be out here somewhere. He hasn't responded to me. But we will be very close, so I think they should show up within about 25 miles, but of course a couple of those miles slant range is going to be us being higher than they are. Once X-Plane sort the shadowing out, it'll be really good. Lighting's not too bad. That's a little bit unrealistic, as you can see there, because it's quite much up. Shout if you see an aeroplane. Or weather redraw. Once X-Plane sort the weather generation out, that'll be great as well. So we should be bang ahead. Left to right. He's probably going to see if he can see us. An A380 stonking over the top, which is a little shame. Don't see anything. Yes, I did pop the flight plan in active sky. Yes, I always do. But you still get the redraws just because we're going so quick. So it should be ahead and slightly to the left. I don't know if we can see him. Below that cloud, or in it. Expect to see something down there. Left. Ah, no, there he is. Look, I was looking too close. There we go, that's cool. What's that look like from the cockpit? There you go, that gives you an idea of the sort of scale. Looks stationary, so he's doing 500 knots almost over the ground. My distance estimation is clearly terrible. And we are going shooting past. Cool, I'd like to see that. That's cool. Small things. Very, very small things. Anyway, it's 4:30. We've already crossed our next point, so didn't even notice the change. So that must have been about 13:59 overhead. Got 20 minutes till the next point. And where are we going to be decelerating? So I think it's when we get to LULOX. So 29 miles before LULOX. And the Cork 1146 182 radio, we should have been slowed well before then. So 7282 is about 190 from Cork, so I'm going to pop that in. Oh, that's handy, look, 190. And the Cork VOR is 1146. So once we get to that later, we will know. Look, Rick, you just missed us overtake someone else, which was fun. I don't know if you can skip back a bit. But thanks for coming back, and we are on our way. Let's just, yep, tap 262. Still see it? It's out there somewhere. Tiny little white speck that we went shooting past. Didn't even respond to me, so it's probably just left it on autopilot. Gone to sleep. So we have effectively just crossed over the waypoint I'm going to show you on the centre of the screen, this one here, and we've got the 432 nautical miles to go until our next waypoint, and they're about 21 minutes apart, 20, so in an hour we will be here, and in just over an hour we'll be here, and our decel point, just check, yeah, so our deceleration point is somewhere around here, and then we're inbound to London, just like everyone else. It's not quite the route that used to be flown, so they used to go straight to Lynham, and there used to be military training areas over here, so I think it was a little bit further south, coming straight through. Some people have suggested that a better routing inbound would be to Merley and then joining that way, but I don't think it is, to be honest. Outbound traffic you'd want like that, and then us. I think that's more than enough, and I've put those waypoints in, but hopefully we'll end up being direct to VORs, that sort of thing. Now direct to, like I said earlier, is quite easy to do because you've got so I've just pulled that out. That will put heading, and pushing it in will direct you straight to a take you straight to a VOR, and I think that's track. It will track you to it. It won't track the radial, but it will just get you direct to it, or it might just point. And so yeah, that's it. Maybe another hour and a half in the cruise, and you can see that's only, you know, another 4 or 5 waypoints that just get easily taken up. So it's a bit boring, but it does go quite quickly. Every 20 minutes, just have a look and write something down. And let's just chrome off, because you can see you can just see yourselves in chat there. So yeah, I think I might have some snacks. Right, so I'm going to take the headset off, and I'm going to mute my microphone and have a think about getting bit of food and a bit of drink, and I'll leave you guys just watching this, and I'll be back with you in a bit.
Fuel status, 60 tons.
there I am, friends, back and ready for another hour of Alan Partridge style airline radio. Radio Mac 2. All I had was some crisps and a bit of a drink, so we should reinvigorate Hot Topic. If you're not Alan Partridge fans, then don't worry. So I'm just having a little browse of the forums whilst waiting for our waypoints. Once we get to the next one, our remaining distance. Our cumulative distance will be roughly the same, so we'll be about halfway. And at current speed, it's going to be about an hour and 20 minutes, but I think it'll be a little bit longer, so I think we've probably got about an hour and a half left. Not quite sure how Smart Cars works out flight time and estimated time. Maybe it just takes one away from the other, because that's giving me a flight time of oh yeah, definitely not. I think it must just go on your average, current average speed. Anyway, I think we've got probably about an hour of Mach 2 cruising. Give or take, I'm just trying to figure out, is it at this point? From that one to that one. Where is our total distance? So distance remaining is going to be 1563. So that's going to be at least an hour of super cruising, if not a little bit over an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes. And then about 300 miles from London we will be throttling back, decelerating and joining the mere mortals. Virtual mortals. No, well, I suppose they are actual mortals in a virtual world. Maybe I should just shut up and write down the time at which we are overhead, which is going to be 14:20 something. I should probably write down the fuel as well. But to do that, maybe I should just add some extra columns to this flight log. Actually, I think I've got an Avi tab. Does Avi tab work on this? Yes, it does. So if you want to have a look, that is the SST flight document that comes out of Concorde Performance X, which is great, but when it comes to this flight log here, you see it's relatively limited compared to SimBrief. And of course I can't generate a SimBrief one, but I mean, it gives you the distances and everything, but it misses out tracks. It's got track, but it doesn't have true track, etc. So that's what I'm just scribbling down on. ETAs would be ideal, because then it would be very easy to see. At least we've got a relatively efficient climb. I'm quite pleased with that. I think I need a little bit more practice with it. I assume it's going to vary with weight and temperature and stuff. So I'm expecting a slight right turn here, I think. And 402 miles to the next point. Okay, a little bit more and a slight right turn, which is good. 1421 overhead. And 1563. 1563. Yeah, I think it's just about an hour left. Supersonic. So we've just passed 40 west. Let me just get that up so you guys can see. Which is this one here, where the mouse pointer is, 40 degrees west. The next is 30 west, and you can see it's ever such a slight right turn, although, I mean, that should be pretty much a great circle track. So we've got 20. Yeah, these are 10-degree steps, aren't they? So we are half a degree a minute, half a degree of longitude a minute, 20, 40, and it's going to be about 60, so actually maybe, yeah, like I said, just about an hour left till we get to our deceleration points somewhere along here, and then probably only about half an hour left, so an hour and a half into London. Yeah, so sorry guys, I mean it is, don't get me wrong, I know that it is a relatively boring cruise. There's no moving map, although I tell you what, if so I am on Project Fly. Oh god, don't know what the call sign is though. Maybe I can edit that. Don't know. What's this? Okay, so like some Project Fly stuff, which I still don't quite understand. So you should be able to find me on there. Anyway, whatever. Should be able to. That is running. For virtual British Airways smart cars, I am online, so you should be able to see me on there, and if you have VATMap you can see me on that as well, so whichever of those you choose to use that you find. Right. The aeroplane's still climbing. Expecting it to tick over every now and then. So how does one look at Project Fly map? Project Fly. Probably should have got into that a long time ago. Certainly for tracking and logbook stuff. I really want to be able to import everything I've done, but needs a bit of digging. So there is my profile. I know it does some streamer tools, I should probably have a look at that. Current flights, right, can we just see all of them? Would you have to log in for that? It's a bit stupid. Okay, won't be doing that. So 26 was our scheduled time of arrival. God, I don't even know because it doesn't write it down. Anyway, about 15:20. Yeah. I think we should be arriving local time. It'll be 17:25. Silent while I'm just looking through this document. It certainly doesn't appear to have any of the timings. It's got lots of other useful stuff, but it doesn't have the fundamentals. Planned ETA. No, that's wrong. So our estimated time of departure was meant to be 12:30, wasn't it? 12:30. scheduled time of departure was 12:30. Our scheduled arrival is 16:25. So we think 2 hours? Really? I mean, I know that's block time, so we can knock off. So that's 3 hours 55. It should be about a 3-hour 15-minute flight. There's a 20-minute taxi either end, which I don't think is correct. Oh no, I suppose that was the scheduled times. So 16:05 is when we should be on blocks. So actually, we were almost bang on time. 12:48. It was meant to be 12:50 and 16:05. So yeah, about an hour and a half. That does kind of make sense, doesn't it? About 50-something minutes and then half an hour inbound. Cool. So just getting those times in my head is so much easier when you've got decent timings and stuff from the sim brief. What else is there to do apart from check the forums in the cruise? Take Zebo when we finish, maybe do a little flight plan, have a look at our times, see how crazy it is. I'm sure there's going to be lots of alpacas on the way into Schiphol tonight. Certainly remember, maybe I'll, is it even possible to get Flight Sim 2000 loaded up on the PC anymore? Now, I think I only had the standard edition. I think the Pro edition came with like 3 or 4 discs. And I mean, I know they're only CDs, but you know, that's still like a gig and a half. Maybe I'll do some Googling in a minute and have a look. I'll roll and revel in the nostalgia. Still got lots and lots of fuel. So that'll be a lot better. So that additional afterburner usage last time was what sucked up our fuel reserves. Like always, in most things in aviation, poor ability. Oh guys, if you didn't know, there's just something that's come up on Discord, which I haven't got running, but I got an email. For the next 10 hours, when was this sent? 13:24, 2 hours ago. For the next 10 hours, which I guess is just all of today, Eastern Standard Time, isn't it? For the next 10 hours, you can get Chicago airports for FSX, P3D, and X-Plane for free at SimMarket. So go jump on those. Don't sit here wasting time watching me do nothing, letting the aeroplane fly, just monitoring the world go by. Go and download some freebies. It's been good, there's been loads of free stuff, and what I can recommend is if you don't have X-Organizer, get it, because it's really good. I don't know if you've seen on one of my videos, I don't know if I showed it on the flight planning stage for that, but you can, when you export your flight plan, you can project that route onto the world, and you can get X-Organizer to turn off Ortho, any other scenery, to save you loading times that isn't on your route. So it just minimises the amount of stuff that your PC has to stretch to utilise when running X-Plane. So yeah, that's not free, but it is well worth getting, and it sorts out, you know how much of a pain scenery is in X-Plane with having the text file and stuff. You can quite happily get it to manage all of that for you, which is really, really, really useful. So I would, if you're going to purchase anything, Active Sky is really good for accurate weather, but I would recommend X-Organizer as well. Can't remember how much it is, but it's probably the most useful tool, considering almost everything else you can get quite happily for free. What's that entity? Scenery in general, because scenery is a pain. So like I say, if you haven't got it, I think I might have got mine when it was oh, okay, yeah, so you've got it and you know about it, cool. Yeah, I don't know if I got mine in sale, but I don't remember it being horrifically expensive. And dear God, the amount of time that it saves you, and the fact that you can, at night time I turn my Ortho off, and I've got a profile set for that. And then, like I say, load in a flight plan. Yeah, and you just don't have to, you can have individual tiles turned on, which is absolutely perfect. It turns on the airports in those tiles as well, so you don't load up airports that you don't need. It will project to your alternate as well, so that's what I've done for this. I didn't even have a chance to look at the JFK scenery because I was too busy trying to fly it. Good old Dutchies. They do well. But yeah, like I say, just useful tool if you haven't got it. Get all over it and get those free airports while they're there. I like that people have been sharing that they've been going free, so I think I got Manchester, which is a bit of a hog. Although Heathrow was a bit of a hog as well, and I think it's something to do with the reflections, so I've turned reflections down to absolute minimum, which is a shame, but it just seems to annihilate the GPU for absolutely no reason. And we're doing frame rates 50 odd in the cruise. I would turn things up if I could guarantee that the frame rates would stay stable, but hey, it's X-Plane and it is what it is, and it's got a lot better. So this is beta 6, so I'm still using the beta, having figured out the issue with SAM, the Scenery Animation Manager. I don't think it was the plugin itself. I think it was the assets that were in the custom scenery for developers. So I might try and enable the plugin again, but to be honest, I'm just happy with a nicely running high frame rate sim. And for those that have seen my comments before, I'm not a high frame rate kind of guy, but you do have to limit your hardware somewhat because the weather can make a big old impact and really slow things down. So I mean, I'd be happy if this was just constantly running at 25-30 frames a second, but the fact that you need to have the flexibility so that when it is busy, you've got that headroom. So I had recently, scenery, SAM I think was the cause of the device losses. Up until I installed that, I had absolutely no problems. The beta has been absolutely fine for me. That has been the only fatal crashes that I've had, have been since I've had that. So I can live without it. I'd rather have the sim working. And it was only this airplane, I only started getting it with Concorde, maybe because it's just different or how it's programmed. ZBO was pretty stable, but then the last time I flew ZBO we got the crash, and that was for the same reason. It was happening a lot more frequently and a lot quicker using Concorde, which is what sort of like highlighted it to me. The ZBO had been fine, so I don't know what was causing it. Well, I know Sam was doing it, I don't know why. I'm more than happy to just let that one slide until the release candidate or until 11.5 is released and it works. If I've got working aircraft, so especially when it comes to flying the fantastic Zebo. Yeah, so they said it was fixed in Beta 6, but when I saw that, I thought, oh, don't take SAM out, and I left it in there, and was the last Zebo I had a crash? Anyway, I think I might have been flying this to try a circuit or a landing, and after about 20 minutes, it fell over, so it was still causing something. So, like I say, I'm more than happy to just not use any of the SAM assets or use SAM as a plugin until that gets resolved. It's just, you know, it's not essential. I mean, you know, even better pushback isn't essential. You can, I suppose, you could just about use the X-Plane map to slew and drag and drop the aeroplane for pushback if it really came to it. So I set the bug reports off, but I probably won't do much more in the way of trying to troubleshoot it. I'm sure it'll be fixed in due course. Like I said, I'm just happy with working aeroplanes. And of course very happy with the beta and the frame rate increase, the headroom that we've got. So once things start getting optimised for multi-core, that will be, which is going to happen pretty rapidly, because Flight Sim 2020 is around the corner, and if it shapes up for what it's looking to be, it's going to be very, very interesting. So yeah, one happy beta customer. I've been very lucky up until that point. And if you want to have a look, plugins wise, what have we got? Ground handling, XPU, IPC, because we need that for a couple of things. Xpilot, of course. Ooh, I don't know what that does. AviTab, of course. Better pushback, of course. Headshake, just because that's quite useful for sort of giving you an idea of turbulence and landings and something. I think you sort of get used to it after a while. Terrain radar, of course, and I don't recall putting that in, so I'm not going to touch it. And of course XRAS, which I've disabled only because it nags me for flaps in this aeroplane, and I'm not sure I can be bothered to try and figure out how to stop it doing that. I should probably report this contrail bug, which is a bit weird and irritating. One thing so I'm going to assume that that is a star, as in a celestial body. One thing I do miss was the accurate constellations and time and date settings from Flight Sim, because to me that is quite fundamental. Astronavigation was a thing in the 60s. At the time of this aeroplane, the Royal Air Force were still using astronavigation, looking up with a sextant from an aeroplane at night to navigate, and so you can see how phenomenally ahead of the time the IRSs in this aeroplane are. And accurate sunrise and sunset times are vital for aviation, so a little bit disappointed when I found out X-Plane just sort of makes it up, because there's obviously, it doesn't choose what year it is, so, and I think the responses have been a bit meh, so what, and that's not really good enough, but I know it's just my opinion. So coming up on our waypoint of 4840 north, it's going to be 1440 something. Airplane's bouncing around a bit there. Maybe there was a temperature change. What do we reckon? Certainly Mac's pretty constant, but maybe the wind changed. It'd be great to see some genuine flight plans from Concorde.
60,000 feet. Maximum flight level.
So out hold 60, turn right. 389, close enough, 20 minutes. 42 overhead. And that was 40 west. 2040. Okay, so maybe it's now about an hour's worth of supersonic flight. And you'll probably find that the engine parameters will start to creep back as we level off. The pilot's making a bit of a hash of it, to be honest. So we should be off to... Oh no, I am talking absolute rubbish. 30 west we were at, weren't we? Yes. So 20 west is our next one. And that is 45 minutes left. Supersonic cruising, so we're going to have to start thinking about our arrival. There we go, airplane's starting to settle down a bit. So what I will do is just load up the en route chart for you guys off Sky Vector, and you can see that was the waypoint we were at, 30 degrees west. 20 west is our next point. In 18 minutes we are going to cover that in 18 minutes. And you can see there's a SIGMET here for turbulence, which is severe turbulence forecast within those bounds. But you can see flight level 250 to flight level 360, so we are hugely above that, and that's not going to be a problem at all. So that's 20 minutes, that's probably about 20 minutes, so 40-ish minutes until we start decelerating. Cork is there, we've got the VOR set, and then we are going to fly direct to our next INS waypoint, which I don't know, there isn't really an intersection for, which is a bit of a pain, but I'm going to hope that the IRS flies this quite happily, and hope to God that we get vectors or anything else, or just make it up ourselves. As long as we get to Auckland, we can figure out our way to get into Heathrow, which may be a bit more of a challenge than I think, and I think I'm going to have to think about being a lot lower, a lot earlier than I was, because it does eat up the ground even at Mach 0.95, especially with no situational awareness from a moving map or anything like that. So certainly the rules of 3 don't apply to Concorde. It's worth considering. So that's us inbound in not a lot of time. So what I will do is, we've got BEDEK for the arrival. We've got the initial approach from Auckland lined up. We can open up the airport charts. Don't need the airport info. Taxiing is probably going to be useful. Parking stands. Parking stands for Terminal 5 if we need them. I have no idea where Concorde would operate from in reality anymore. So we just need to know what runway is going to be in use when we get there. So it's pretty crazy when you think about it, you know, we're not that far out. Well, we're a long way out. We have got 1,100 miles to run, and we're already starting to think about our descent. It's just phenomenal. It really is. Not sure I can actually think that quick. let's have a look at the VATSIM map. Still no one to talk to. There's actually quite a lot of traffic going across the Atlantic in fits and starts. Concorde 1, now I thought he was going to... It says Edinburgh, but he looks like he's following these tracks, which I'm not convinced I would. To get into the UKFIR, no. So he's following the same track. I would have probably diverted off where we are now, or maybe just made my own up, because all he's done is increase massively his distance. I'd have definitely have gone round to the north of Ireland and inbound to stay supersonic a lot longer. So the latest point you'd want to change course is where we are, and even that would increase your track mileage quite spectacularly. A great circle route across the top would have been better, and you certainly could do. You could plot that. So let me just show you guys on the en route chart. So the guy that was the A380 at JFK. So we have crossed. We have crossed here, and we're along here somewhere. He's over here somewhere, and you can see that to get up to Edinburgh, if he goes along like this and then up, because you couldn't maintain supersonic legally once you're about here. Okay, yes, you can do that, but I think it would have been a lot quicker. The latest point would have been to do a great circle across the top here, but actually I'd have been tempted to do it from at least back here to get the distance the shortest, and even if it was just direct a one-way point rather than all the crossing tracks. Gone from there. That was the guy that we overtook ages ago. I guess he's just woken up. Just give this guy the stream address. Can I do that? No, I think I've got to go on to the YouTube. So there you go, that'll be quite cool. I get to see himself go past and my terrible attempts at spotting his aeroplane. That's what that ticking and stuff in the background is for. Oh, that little star's disappeared. So we're rocketing our way across the globe. Still not as fast as the International Space Station, but never mind, yeah, so where's our other Concorde mate going? Oh, now he's doing a sort of left towards Ireland. It would be really... I tell you what, maybe I will plan that later. We just scribble down. See if I can compare the tracks that he's done. Versus a great circle route, which I think would be certainly it's going to maybe maybe not a huge difference in time, because maybe it's, no, it shouldn't be any further, because this is not the ideal great circle, so maybe it's distance-wise about the same. But even if it's distance-wise and time-wise about the same, the longer you can stay supersonic in this aeroplane, the more efficient it is. So when we get to to 20 degrees west, which is our next one, on the track that we're on, I know the true track, oh well, it has got the true tracks on, and true tracks are not going to change, so these on-road charts, it was 075 true, at the last waypoint 083 true, it'll be 090 true to 15 west. Then inbound, but not quite. So when we get to 20 west, we need 13.4 tons for Shannon, 20 for Glasgow, and I mean he's going to Edinburgh, which is not far off. Or is it 20.7 to Manchester, I wonder? And then we need 21.5 minimum to get cleared to Heathrow. At 15 degrees west, we need 16.1 tons to Glasgow. We need 18.1 to Manchester. Oh, that's via a different point. But at least that gives us our contingency fuels. So we need 21.5 at the next waypoint, which we've got almost double. So that is our minimum. We're not going to have to divert at this point, but it gives you an idea of fuel monitoring. Just different numbers, really. So, shooting across the Atlantic. We're so far out. Somebody from Miami to Heathrow. ETA 1626. Oh, I don't think he will be. Must have taken off late. Because he is up to the north. Nowhere near that we can see. Sonic still cruising, yeah. Actually, we should get a little Sonic the Hedgehog. Give him in the cup holder. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? So we're going to be supersonic until the next waypoint, and then 30 miles before the one after that. 29 miles is when we are going to decelerate. Yeah, I think I've got that right in my head. So it's not long before we start getting back into standard airways. So that guy's at, so we are going past a 789, which is a relatively quick aeroplane anyway. That's doing 495 knots ground speed. Oh, so slow. And he's at 41,000 feet. He's going to Heathrow as well. London looks like it's online. Not sure if London South covers Heathrow. If there's no ATC at Heathrow, it's going to be carnage. Thankfully there is. I mean, it's carnage with ATC. Oh god. Is it so busy? Oh, is this for the Amsterdam event? Quite possibly. Oh, there's just loads of people in and outbound. So might as well get the ATIS tuned up. Oh great, there's no, oh no there is 12807. We're going to speak to any London South. I know they have a thing for sectors. I would be surprised if we do need to speak to him actually. 2942. So maybe I need to assign push buttons for the flip-flops on these, because my Saitek radio panel, which is probably the most useful bit of hardware, even though it is actually pretty crappy when it comes to hardware, it's not great. The components are all relatively cheap and it's not ideal, but it's incredibly useful when flying online. So if I've got lots of frequency changes, it's going to be a challenge, because you've got to get heads in down here, and I don't think you can pop up any of these panels. So it would be nice if that did work. Anyway, we should be 090 true, so a little bit of a right turn. You can just see that there. So coming up to 70 miles in 3 minutes. I'm going to say coming up to 20 degrees west. We need 21.5 tons. We've got 41.5. Going to have about 40 when we get there, I guess. More comfortable with the fuel than last time. Just that extra 5-6 minutes of wasted reheat for my poor climb profile that chewed it all up last time. So it's going to be 15.0 something. And then what I'll probably do is dart off, have a quick pee, then have a look. I know 15 west is our next one, so it's not the next one, it's the one after that our decel point is going to come up. So let me just check that. 15. 20 west, 15 west, and then it's LULOX, so it's not the next one, it's the one after. And the decel point is 29 from that. So I've written that down so I can't forget it. So there's 20 west, 21.5 tons, we've got 40. Might not be that much of a turn actually. Aeroplane has adjusted quite nicely. Okay, a little bit of a turn there, but not much. It was like half a degree in it. So it's 02 overhead. We've got 40.6 and 194 ES, give or take, and we've crossed 20 west. Happy. So we've got another 200 and then a bit, so about 20 minutes before we decel, maybe a bit less, 15-20 minutes. And then boy oh boy do we have to think about getting into London. Surprised we're not picking up the Cork VOR just yet, although I suppose it is quite a way. So London Centre is on 271. I'll just tune them in actually. Not picking them up yet. Interesting call signs about. So it looks like our mate Concorde 1 is doing a left and heading up of the
Fuel status 40 tons.
good, heading up the North Sea, which is just an interesting route. Like I said, I'm just going to be interested to see what happens with that. Oh, looks like we might have do we have any oceanic on? Not sure that's accurate. Maybe they are coming online. Anyway, we'll see how we get on with that. Right, 7 minutes, so let's make a few preps and I'll be back in a bit. Chris, welcome to something new if you haven't seen the last one. We'll be hopefully getting back into something a bit more familiar and easier to manage later on. Welcome to what is supersonic bumblings. I really cannot fly this aeroplane incredibly accurately at all. It's incredibly responsive. I don't know if I should change the control responses. I haven't had a look, but yeah, it's a challenge to fly, especially with conventional nav aids only, and an IRS that gives me one hell of a headache. So I hope you're well, and you may have missed, but I think Sim Market are doing. Was it Sim Market? Anyway, if you want some free scenery, head on to Sim Market, Chicago airports. If America is your thing. Of course, I've been doing a couple of 737 trips over in the States, but Concorde is certainly the only way to get across the Atlantic. We pushed it to 12:35 Zulu, so it's not even 3 hours yet. And in fairness, I've only been streaming since 1, so 3 hours, and we are almost thinking about decelerating into the UK FIR. So our next waypoint is at 15 degrees west, and I think that is no, it isn't the boundary for Oceanic. It looks a bit weird, but I don't think it is. So I think there's ganders on. Don't even know how to use cell call. So the INS is interesting. So it works and it's got all the waypoints in, but the order seems to go weird, which is why I had a bit of a headache when it came to leaving Kennedy, and it seemed to knock all these down. So I would expect that one to be 0 and that to be 1, so I can deal with them all being offset by 1. But what ended up happening was 4116, which was the Nantucket VOR, ended up being waypoint 5. And I have no idea how. Absolutely no idea. So it took a bit of time to figure that out, but I got there in the end. And then once the IRS was up and running, it does work quite well. It's just getting your head around it is very basic, but as long as you've got a chart and you can see the lat longs, you're alright. So you can see just on here we are coming up to 15 degrees west here in 2 minutes, so we're probably here somewhere. Seems we're doing, I think it's about half a degree a minute. And we need to start decelerating 30 miles before the next waypoint, so about here, so 250 miles before then. That is not going to take long at 23 miles a minute, so about 10 minutes left of supersonic cruise, and then inbound. And these are still INS, so I'm going to hope that we get all the way to Ockham, and then hopefully London will sort us out. So somewhere over here we should get picked up by London. That's us inbound. I can't even pick up the ATIS or anything for Heathrow at the moment, so what I might do is just cheat. And to be honest, I really think you need some actual en route charts for this. Now, seeing as we've just gone past, no we haven't, because the VOR hasn't kicked in. Well, when the VOR kicks in, that'll be interesting. Our decel point, I've tried to sort of estimate the 190. Yeah, the 190 radial from the Cork VOR 1146 should give us our decel point. But if not, we know that it's 29 miles to go to the next waypoint, and be slowly retarding the throttles. And then I have no idea what the profile is meant to look like. I've tried to find it, but I've certainly been struggling to do that. Anyway, 15. That's a big old turn, isn't it? So it is a 084. It's a big old turn, and as you can see, as you can see, it has to back on pretty early. So 273 to the next one, which is about what we saw there, 15 minutes. We're overhead about 15, 13, and 37.1 tons of fuel on board. Then we're going to have to figure out what the descent profile is supposed to look like. So we're going to slowly bring the throttles back. And I think so 1271, let's just knock that off at the moment. I don't want to be on Unicom, to be honest. So I think 3.6 is our highest. 3.8 might be more efficient, but let's call it 3.6 for our initial descent. And the question is, what should we use? I'm feeling something like vertical speed do the trick. And one of the biggest things I'm finding is it's just really difficult to remember that vertical speed, out hold, outer quiet, you've always got to hit outer quiet. And in the sunlight, the reason I had these turned up nice and bright was so that you can try and see outer quiet on there. Anyway, I got this on sale. It's not complete. Am I happy with it? Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I certainly think it's well worth getting if you want a little bit of Concorde experience. I certainly wouldn't be trundling and putting across the pond, because I would need another airplane anyway, because doing it in the 7.3 would be a bit of a slog, unless empty. And it, like I say, I'm looking forward to doing some other routes with it, maybe down to the Canaries, that sort of thing, instead of the 4 or 5 hour trip in the 7.3, doing this in 2 hours. And good for some getting your head around radio nav aids as well, seen as they are so relatively, it's not basic, it's a sophisticated aeroplane, but it's very, very old school. It'd be great if somebody could slap some modern avionics in it, like it might have been, although that might have been far too difficult a project. I think it was difficult enough to get the TCAS in and find a way to get an aerial in for that. So we've got London. What it's going to do is met off for Heathrow. What we really need is the ATIS. So it's a 1450. Automatic 1606. Variable between 120 to 10k. Overcast at 3,700, temperature of 14, point of 6, Q016. That's one thing we need to remember to switch over as we get cleared. So steaming our way in. Already overtaken some guys coming in. Another BA flight in. Don't know where that is. Anyway, Dave Harding, I am catching you up. And let's see, dinner 777. He's doing 569 knots. He's still not even half what we're doing. He's inbound. ETA 1650. He's got his Zulu times mixed up, and our ETA is at 15:45, so his should be 15:50. I'm catching up there. And in fairness, did I get 15:50 out of that? 12:30. Oh, just on route time of 3 hours 15 minutes. Maybe it's a bit more, whatever. So we are looking for 29 miles to go. Cork VOR has kicked in. Admire Aviation. I don't think I've seen you before. If I have forgotten, then I apologise. Thanks for joining. don't always fly Concorde. This is my second online trip. I've done one trip across the Atlantic and 3 landings. So this will be my 4th. As long as I don't crash it, I'm relatively happy. It is certainly a handful on the approach, and as I've said, there is no glide slope for this, so it has to be done at vertical speed if you want to get the aeroplane stable. There is no way I can hand fly it away from descent yet. Yeah, so like I excuse me, like I say, it's got to be done in VS. The localizer it will do, but as we saw, it sort of hunts for it, which is not ideal. I think apparently there should be in reality a narrow versus wide switch, but it certainly doesn't intercept particularly well, although I know the developer Florian is working on autopilot for his F18, and hopefully that will translate across to this machine. Other planes have toilets, I don't, well, I mean they just have a suction and retention tank, but I'm sure Google could probably give you some better gen than I could regarding airplane toilets. So we're picking up Bristol ATIS, which is no good for us at the moment. Put my phone on silent so I don't get distracted. I am going to load up our arrival for Heathrow, and then I'll load up the charts for each of the runways as we get a bit closer. And then it's going to be vertical speed out of Choir for the descent. I don't even know when you put the top of the seatbelt sign on. It's that bad. So certainly not long now. And then we're just going to have to hope that the INS does its job, because there's no way that I can program it quick enough on the fly, and then, more importantly, get it working. It then we need VORs to go to places, or vectors. That's all we can take. VORs, nav aids. I think we can do NDBs, but God, that's going to be a headache, isn't it? So you've got VORs here. No, you've got VORs here, NDBs on the ADF here. That's the standard view, which I don't quite like, because you see a little bit too much up top, although I suppose it probably is good for landing. It's not going to make much difference. Bristol and Dublin ATIS. Just need to find out what runway we are going to be using. Just to see how accurate my estimation was of our decel point. As this starts to get a bit closer, the Cork VOR radial should start to come across. And then it's pretty much, once we know what runway, we can pop the ILS on. It's just a case of whacking Ockham on the VOR, and that's where we'll be headed. Sadly, there's no sort of inbound radials to it. But what we do have is the initial approach from Ockham to all of the runways. That's going to be fun and challenging to fly. But even my anticipation on heading mode is needs some work. As we saw, if you look at the departure, the terrible and sketchy departure from Kennedy. Might as well have a look at it while she's in the cruise. I think in reality there was only ever one photograph of Concorde while she was supersonic with an RAF Tornado crew. formed up on it while it was either coming back across the Atlantic or going away. I can't remember the story, but I remember somebody said it one way round. Ireland is just over there. But yeah, they took a photo of Concorde Supersonic because, of course, not many other people could. So let's have a look on the map. There you go. You can see the southern coast of Ireland down there. And in about a minute and a half, we'll be slowing down. So enjoy the supersonic while it lasts. So picking up London, picking up the ATIS. Let's have a listen.
Throw information, Charlie. Time 1450. Automatic. Arrival runway 27 left. Departure runway 27 right. Transition level flight level 70. Surface wind 160. 6 knots varying between 120 and 210 degrees. Visibility 10. Kilometers or more overcast 3,700 feet. Temperature +14. Dew point +6. QNH 1016. Acknowledge receipt of information.
I did not, Entity, I did not try and fly the space shuttle, although I imagine that would be just as fun. Anyway, we've got the ATIS, we know what is being used. I think we're going to need 1271 initially, and then we can flip-flop. Though of course you probably could, I don't know how to switch the transmit, so we'll just stick with COM1.
Run at 8 so contact London Control 1, 9 goodbye.
Time 425.
Run at 8 Sorry.
So 27 left. There's 29 miles. So
Auto throttle off. Run at 658, second to 7 flight level 13. Down 130, run at 658.
so we will just bring the throttles back.
325, flight level 200.
We'll do it very, very slowly. And I think we're going to maintain and then start descending at sort of like 1.5. I need to retrim the fuel, which I'm told is not meant to be instantaneous, although it does appear to be. So the ILS is 1095. 270. And I didn't even watch to see that cross. 136 we could use for the London. The hold is at Epsom. 6. Our minimum's 277-200. You can't set anything on here, which is a bit of a pain.
2519 London, hello, score, can I confirm? 140.
So that is us overhead at 1527. And we do need to get the airplane below Mach 1 as we start to come over the coast.
November, taxi to holding point Alpha 1, runway 2.
Oh.
Holding point Alpha 1,
It's going to be busy.
Echo 9256, closing Heathrow after departure runway 23, standing noise basement, then climb on track Parkway, altitude 3,400 feet, remaining outside controlled airspace, score 0475.
So 119725, tower is 1185. Just getting these down whilst we decelerate. ground is 1217. We don't need delivery, so happy with all of those frequencies.
GB 9015, flighting 110 degrees, descending altitude 4000. 0 degrees, 4000. It's Viva 9025, 63 back correct, and report ready for departure runway 2.
Let's just get the map up, there you go, you can see us directly inbound to OKESI.
It is 658, Tango resume navigation now direct Barkway.
And there we go, we need vertical speed at that point.
Barkway, Bravo, Kilo, Yankee. Elderly anti-romance, GB 9015, report heading to London 129 and SQ425. Heading to London 129, 425,
Okay, let's go pitch.
GB 96 off, no ATC speed restrictions, switch using on 122, that's paper.
And let's give her a little bit of power to maintain. So, let's trip for descent.
Sorry, Golf Control, India Foxtrot Yankee, space service.
Maybe we need a little bit more power.
Correction, Ryanair 658, Tango descent flight level 90. 7.0, Ryanair 658. Channel 684, descent flight level 80.
80, channel 684.
Bit of a sketchy descent.
Giant 9651, London Control, hello, score 0365. ECA 3 Delta Foxtrot, resume my navigation
So,
direct
Mach
train
95, we'll try and hold decimal 95.
Alright, 2 Delta, resume my navigation direct train 122, that's
Is that lit? I can't see if it's lit. Yeah, that would be just too much. I mean, there's a reason why there was a real one.
2 Delta monitoring,
Just couldn't manage it otherwise.
Navigation direct.
Mach decimal 95. Let's see if we can get the aeroplane in a bit of a better situation. Hour flight depends if you mean flight time or block time, but short sectors in the 7.3 like Dublin, Manchester, Dublin, Liverpool, that sort of thing. I wouldn't do it in this.
Ryanair 658, Tango descent flight level 80. Super 519, climb flight level 300. 300, Super 519. Stuart 35, London Control, good afternoon, support gun in, climb now, flight level 150.
So we should out-acquire at 36. We should have Mach hold at 0.95, so we'll have to sort that out. This 19596 will do us, and the airspeed's coming up, which is good. So I think we've just got a little bit slow.
360 from Figure, just confirm 27, channel 684.
684, thanks. Run at 8 Sierra November, runway 27, clear for takeoff, surface wind 120, less than 5.
27, clear for takeoff, run at 8 Sierra November.
So back to being a normal, if quite pointy aeroplane, with a pretty sketchy descent. And we are doing a lot slower now. So Mach hold, let's see if that works. May or may not.
5, 8 Tango, you can leave Barkway heading 060 degrees.
hit these bugs for the landing V speeds. And there you go, so you can see that took a long old time to descend. Get the speed back. We've got a fair old bit of time in the cruise. So you can see our fuel flow has dropped off, but of course we've halved our speed, so you can see it isn't quite as efficient as we were. London, 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 London. So I mean, we've only got 15 minutes to run, so...
Running 80 November, Roger. Monitor Unicorn 122, that's lane away.
November, thank you very much, bye-bye.
Rudder control, good afternoon, Speedboat Concorde 2.
So, Speedboat Concorde 2, outside my airspace. The first controller you can speak to is the South Controller 12945. You can call them passing 140 at BEDEK.
Roger, thanks, Speedboat Concorde 2. So that's useful to know. 140 at BEDEK.
Switching to Unicorn,
that's irritating. And then we're going to want approach 11972.
Sierra Lima with you, flight level 2305 miles from Ergun. Easy 57 Sierra Lima, landing control, hello.
Good, that works. Don't need to put the 5 in.
1241. Alex 1, Golf arrival, squawk 1241.
So we've got 15 minutes and 150 miles. And we need to be at 140 at BEDEK.
Level 44 Alpha Whiskey descent to altitude 3000.
Not quite sure just how we're going to manage that. BEDEK.
Alpaca 32, fly heading 030 degrees.
Alpacas, the alpacas.
Heading 030 degrees, Alpaca 3.
Alpaca 32, report that heading London 127.1, bye-bye.
It's then 20 miles,
Heading
BEDEK.
London 127.1, Alpaca 32.
2 135, climb
So,
330.
You can see how inefficient Concorde is at these sort of angles.
Good afternoon, Callsign 9201, platform 360. Callsign 9201, landing control, roger.
Anyway, BEDEK is less than ideal. But we will go to BEDEK, we will go to Nigget. And then we will go inbound to Ortho.
9651, flight level 30.
So 1153,
9651, landing control, roger.
unless we are given
correction, right
direct, although I suppose we could switch to that one. 270 for the track, heading to port.
9124, new squawk 0340.
0340 is 90124.
And we need to be 091 bound.
London, good afternoon, Speedbird 12 Papa, down to Foxtrot, flight 2008, 600. Seabird 12 Papa, London Control, hello. Squawk ident, climb now, flight level 130.
So it's eating up the fuel. We've still got a fair amount.
Easy 9015, turn right, heading 085.
Right, 085,
Tomjet 202, climb flight level 350.
So
Climb level 350, Tomjet 202.
Speedbird 661, Quebec, descend flight
let's see
level 140.
if we can start our descent. Vertical speed, out
Easy
of quiet.
23 Lima Tango, descend flight level 80. November 220,
that's not going to be enough, is it?
Descend flight
We need
level
about
200.
2,000 feet a
Flight
minute.
level 200, above Mike.
Easy 57
Which we can easily see.
Holly, when ready, descend flight level 130.
24,
Direct Holly, descend flight level
we can adjust it as we go,
Sierra Lima.
maintaining decimal 95 all the way. And then 390, I think, once we get to that back changeover. This is hard mental work trying to figure out the descent profile for this. I mean, look at where we are. We're out over the Bristol Channel. Well, not even quite over the Bristol Channel yet. Heading over for West Coast and Chivener, heading straight in. And we're steaming our way past. So,
Ryanair 82 Echo, nothing
Hop
first
the
boy
chart
now.
up for
Unicorn
me.
122.8, bye-bye.
so I can't see the chat now, so apologies if I don't see anything, guys, but I have to try and
9015,
focus.
descend to altitude 2,500 feet, cleared ILS approach runway 05. 2005 and declared out left 05, thanks for all. Devil 44 Alpha Whiskey descent to altitude 2,000 feet at odd leg, cleared ILS approach, runway 09.
2,000 feet at odd leg, cleared ILS approach, runway 09.
Speedbird 12 Papa, climb flight level 290.
Climb flight level 290, Speedbird 12 Papa.
Easy 23 Lima Tango, contact out in director 126.825, bye. 126.825, Easy Lima Tango, Egypt Air 985, London Control, hello. Route direct Strumble, Sierra Tango, uniform.
Don't even know what he said.
London Control, hello, UBS 352 with you, flight level 320, inbound QNAV.
UPS 352 London, hello, it's the QNAV 1 Golf arrival. When ready, descend flight level 160.
QNAV 1 Golf arrival, descending flight level 160, UPS 352.
Easy 9015, runway 05, clear to land with 100 degrees at 7 knots. Tomjet 202, nothing further for you now. Monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye. Monitor Unicom 122.8, Tomjet 202, bye.
London, good afternoon, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird Concorde 2, London Control. Hello, report your position.
We've got about 100 miles to run direct OKESI and 10 minutes, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 2, run a little bit early usually. For the south sector, you're looking to call around BEDEK, but you can sit with me, squawk 7314, BEDEK 1 hotel arrival.
Yep, roger, just giving you some forewarning and a bit of planning. So squawk 7314, BEDEK 1 hotel, Speedbird Concorde 2.
No worries, just sometimes if I pick people up too early, then I forget about them over there, so it's sometimes better to let them do their own. Take break November 220 Golf Mike, nothing further for you now.
Fair enough.
1228, bye-bye.
Right, so 7314, stand by. Maybe you have to go stand by and then back on. That could be a thing, couldn't it?
Speedbird 9124, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Speedbird 90124.
BEDEK 1 hotel, that's going to be a struggle to fly.
Contact you to director 119.725, bye-bye.
119.725, Speedbird 90124, thanks.
Jet 135, redirect Domok. Direct Domok 2135. Speedbird 2, descend flight level 200.
Set 314 showing up good because we had that problem last time. So happy with that.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, London Control, hello. It's the Alesso 1 hotel arrival, squawk 0344. Alesso 1 hotel, Speedbird 319
London Control, hello, Speedbird 297 heavy, climbing 6,000, heading 220.
Speedbird 297 London Control, hello, climb now.
Might as well get the punters sat down.
Squawk ident.
Flying flight level 130, squawk ident, Speedbird 297.
London Control, beeline 2121, good afternoon, flight level 167, descending flight level 140 to be level by ARBORNE.
I don't want to hold it, please don't make me do a hold. Holds are going to be difficult. Oh god, a hold is going to be awful if we have to do a hold.
Giant 90651, contact London again, 127.1, bye.
Back to London 129, 127.1, Giant 90651.
Cargo Lights 9201, contact London 127.1, bye.
So, holding fuel.
Speedbird 661, Quebec.
55 alternate.
19725, bye.
19725, Speedbird 661, Quebec, bye.
Speedbird 297, redirect Kennet.
Direct Kennet, Speedbird 297.
Easy 570, leaving descend flight level 90.
14 and a half tons.
5190, Easy 570, leaving.
Devil 44 Alpha Whiskey, clear land 09 with 1207 knots.
Is our alternate fuel. Yeah, well, sorry, is our is our
Beeline
reserve fuel.
2121, London Control, hello, redirect timber.
Yeah, they're never. Well,
Direct timber, beeline
he sounds pretty
2121.
busy. I hope he doesn't. Like I say, that's why I just did the fuel.
London, easy.
Have a look at the fuel there, Chris, because 14.5 tonnes and we need to go to Manchester.
Easy 41 Juliet X-ray, London Control, hello, score code and climb now, flight level 1.
I couldn't even estimate when you look. We're going to be using 10 tonnes an hour, so you know we've got allegedly 3 hours, but we won't because as we start getting down,
5 Golf
that's
Juliet,
going to
London Control,
increase.
hello, pass message.
Let's see if we can bring that back. 1500. The time there is really
5
useful.
Golf Juliet, clear to Isle of Man, Brooklands Park, 1 hotel departure, squawk 5433.
So VMO should stay about 400 knots, so 390 is as good as we can get because we can't maintain decimal 95. So I think that's the descent profile, and then
5 Golf Juliet, correct.
350 will be the next
3,000 feet, QNH 1016.
as we start getting inbound.
Flyer 5 Golf Juliet.
This could be an absolute disaster with it being this busy. You know, I mean, I'm just going to struggle switching frequencies for a start. So
Papa, climb flight level 370. Climb flight level 370, speedbird 12 Papa. Easy 41 Juliet X-ray, fly heading 090 degrees.
090, easy 4 Juliet.
me. 5 minutes. 1500. Be alright for the rate of descent, isn't it? So 50 miles to go, so I think we're still over the Bristol Channel, so I'm going to cheat and have a look. Oh no, yep, we are still over the Bristol Channel. Oh, beautiful little jet, straight over Chivna.
97, nothing further for you now. Want to see you go 122.8. Bye-bye.
How's the old frame rates doing?
122, that's alright, bye-bye.
Decreasing a bit.
Ryanair 5 Charlie Echo, want to see you go 122.8. Bye-bye.
122, thanks for that. Thanks for that.
Easy 41 Juliet X-ray, turn left heading 360.
Want to really maintain as high a speed as we can.
Left 360 up to 190, Z4 Juliet.
1, 2.
UDF 52, descent flight level 80.
Oh, that sounded weird.
Flight 0, UPS 352.
Easy 57 Sierra, leave descent flight level 80. Descent flight level 80, easy 57
4 minutes. We go to about 1,000 feet a minute, to be fair. So we're going to have descended a little bit early, but I think that's pretty good considering. Looking outside, there's lighting in some Ortho. So straight over the top of Bristol almost. There's a zoom level 18 tile, which actually considering our frame rates are still pretty good. It's stuttery though.
Easy 41 Juliet X-ray, turn left heading 350 degrees. Report
Yeah, there he is, lighting.
Control 127.
Always a happy sight.
Left 350, London on 127, this is 1, thank you very much. See you soon, bye-bye.
Easy 57 Sierra, Lima, contact captain director 126.825. Bye-bye.
Still doing almost.
Alright, bye.
So we're still doing relatively quick licks. 10 miles a minute, down from 23.
165, London Control, hello. Squawk 0323, Tel 2 1 Golf. Correction, VATSIM 1 Golf arrival.
Now they're going to want us at Ockham at flight level 70. That's going to be interesting. It's about 45 miles to run.
319 Alpha, when ready, descend flight level 180, level by EVGA.
If he gives me a level by, oh my god, I don't even think I can manage.
Beeline 2121, fly heading 220 degrees.
Thanks very much.
Fly heading 220 degrees, beeline 11.
Hope you enjoy the content. Like I say, I'm just recording what I do, and if it's useful for people, happy days. With the Zebo, obviously, unless you get Concorde. Don't watch this for learning how to fly this jet.
Just for future reference, please do check the charts. Score code N,
So,
climb now, flight level
OKESI,
80.
BEDEK,
Up to
You get-
time blue 0 as far as my bounce over 8.
We have
UPS
BEDEK.
352, contact Gatwick Director 126.825.
BEDEK, then NIGIT, then OCCAM is what we've got in the INS, and then it's all radio nav. So I am going to pop the onboard chart up, so I'm not looking at the chart now, but I do know you're all there, guys. So I'm going to have to pay some attention to this. So 80 miles to OCCAM. You can see the DME for VOR2.
Further climb on Unicom 122.8. Bye-bye.
122.8. Bye-bye. 2EJ 135.
And then our next point is where...
Flight level 140.
Sorry, was that for Speedboat Concorde 2 second?
Speedboat 2, redirect BEDEK, descent flight level 140.
Right, BEDEK, descent flight level 140, Speedboat Concorde 2. Yeah, I can't do direct. I just can't. I literally can't. We're 14 miles away. I don't think I can get that to go to the next one. And I'm not going to use the moving map to cheat.
Speedbird 870, turn left, heading 075.
This is going to go. This is going to go wrong. I'm just going to leave it. I'm sorry. I'm just. If I could, I would, but I can't. So I'm sorry.
November Zulu 225.
I hope that doesn't mess it up too much.
Squawk ident, fly heading 1.
I just don't want to mess the INS up. If I try and do direct to waypoint 15 to go to 16, I think that should work. But if I do it and it goes wrong, no way.
Resume navigation, direct timber.
So we're going to go BEDEK, and if he gives us direct OCCAM, we're fine. If it's our nav points, we are stuck. Absolutely stuck.
Bye-bye.
1228, Speedbird 12, Papa, bye-bye.
It's fine, we're only 6 miles away. Just click over to the next one.
67, passing flight level 227.
Just can't risk it.
Should be on London 127.1.
127.1 is
Speedbird 870, depth link
So it's going to tell us to turn.
arrival, route direct.
Don't want to upset. So there we are, 20 miles, 14, 2 minutes. We'll be at 140, that's fine.
Heading 130 degrees,
Then NIGIT,
flight level 230.
and if he gives us direct OCCAM, we can go direct OCCAM with that pushed in, AP2, and
Beeline 2121,
that should take us towards it.
Descent flight level 80, beeline 121.
North Shuttle 2 confirm på level 4000 feet. Pass from Gatwick.
North Shuttle 2 Golf Alpha landing control, hello, squawk ident.
So I'm just using the distance to go here with the rate of descent to give us 2 minutes, 1,000 feet a minute, 2,000 feet. We've got to get down 1,000 so we'll be there at level. So that rate of that descent was alright. So then our next INS waypoint will be NIGIT, then OCCAM, then London. So we will be radio nav aids direct to OCCAM once we're heading towards it.
World Express 75 Golf London control, hello. Laurel 4 Quebec arrival, squawk 0375.
Golf 4 Quebec, squawk 7375. World Express.
Speedbird 870, flying
That was us.
025.
Fly heading 025, Speedbird 870.
Beeline 2121, contact Gatwick Director 126.825, bye-bye.
126.825, beeline 2121, bye-bye, thank you.
Speedbird 2, descent flight level 110.
Descent flight level 110, Speedbird 2.
Tomjet 165, route direct Holly, descent flight level 90.
So
North Shuttle
happy
2
we are over BEDEK.
Continue your present heading, climb flight level 130.
5 miles before BEDEK, and he's giving us further descent. Just increase that to 1,500.
North Shuttle 2 Golf Alpha, climb flight level 130.
Actually, let's start getting that down.
North Shuttle 2 Golf Alpha, 2 Golf Alpha 0, report your heading to London Control 127.1, bye-bye. Stand by, November Zulu 225, turn left heading 100 degrees.
So 103 outbound should take us to NIGIT, 15 DME.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, descent flight level 140. Speedbird 870, report heading to London 127.1.
That's alright, isn't it?
114
And then it's going to be 091.
World Express 75 Golf, when ready, descend flight level 200. Descend flight level 200, World Express 75 Golf.
Let's get the speed back so the airplane should idle, but the N1 stays at like 40 odd percent.
Alpha, runway 09.
One Alpha 09, 5 Delta Juliet.
London Control, good evening. This is Speedbird 854 with you flight level 6,000 feet.
Speedbird 854, London Control, hello. Squawk ident, climb now, flight level 80.
Identical 80, Speedbird 854.
How's the old frame rate doing? Good.
Speedbird 854, continue your present heading.
Continue present heading 854. London Center, North Shuttle 11 Golf with you at 4,000.
North Shuttle 11 Golf, London Control, hello. Fly heading 075, climb flight level 80.
So we'll have
Flight level 080, North Shuttle 11 Golf.
15 miles, 250. I'm not sure we can achieve that. Nor am I sure if we have to achieve that. Because we do need high speed to stay nice and efficient. We've got 27 tons, so we're alright at the moment. There's us inbound to Ockham.
Speedbird 854, squawk 0325.
See the nose starting to come up as we slow.
Speedbird 319 at Alpha, descend flight level 100.
25 miles to Ockham.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, descend flight level 100. Speedbird 2, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 854, climb flight level
Outer choir, don't forget the outer choir, otherwise disaster.
290 and confirm present heading for.
We'll bring it back to 250, but that's going to be a struggle.
Break, North Shuttle
Actually,
11
let's
Golf,
stick
turn left heading
with 290.
045, climb flight level 130.
I just don't think it's achievable otherwise.
045 and
See, we're already 5 degrees up.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, fly heading 290 degrees. Speedbird 319 Alpha, fly heading 290 degrees.
Flight 290, Speedbird 319 Alpha.
London,
Ryanair
very good afternoon, Speedbird
Tango
155,
with you on the collector for Echo departure through 2,800 for 4,000.
Ryanair 4 Alpha Tango, you should be with London on 127.1.
Okay, changing to 127.1, Ryanair 4 Alpha Tango.
London Control, very good afternoon, Speedbird 155.
Speedbird 155 London, hello, squawk ident, maintain altitude 6,000 feet.
Ident, maintain 6,000, 155.
Speedbird 2, contact Heathrow director 119.725, bye-bye.
Director 119.725, thanks very much for the service, take care, speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 854, turn left heading 120.
And V1 Tower 1185. Heathrow Director, good afternoon. Speedbird Concorde 2 passing flight level 83, descending flight level 80, Ockham, and information Charlie QNH 1016.
Speedbird Concorde 2, Heathrow, hello, landing 27 left with no delay, leave Ockham heading 070 degrees, descend flight level 70.
27 left, no delay, leave Ockham heading 070 degrees, Speedbird Concorde 2. Correction and descent to flight level 70, Speedbird Concorde 2. So let's get the airplane down.
67, thank you very much for the descent. Descend and maintain your correct descent to altitude 4,000 feet. Descend to altitude 4,000.
So I think we need 1153. 070.
Confirm inbound to begin. Confirm, just turning right now. Roger, thank you. Report your aircraft type. Your clear
Heading's
level
pulled.
of information, please. Absolutely, ideally 86, 320. Speedbird 319 Alpha, Roger, confirm clear level 80. Descent flight level 80, Speedbird 319 Alpha. Speedbird 319 Alpha, thank you. Landing 27 left with no delay. descend flight level 80, speed 220 knots.
Landing 27 left, speed 220 knots.
So there we are, out acquired.
Speed 67, turn left heading 180 degrees.
Left heading 180 degrees, speed 67.
Speed 67, descent altitude 2,500 feet.
Sorry, say again, point speed 67.
Whoa, out hold. So I'm sure I out acquired.
Speed 67, turn right heading 240 degrees. 3,000 feet, clear ILS 27 left.
I did out acquire, I am sure of it.
Speed 67, please now.
Oh dear.
Turn right heading 240 degrees.
Oh.
Descend to 3,000
I shouldn't laugh, I
feet,
shouldn't
clear
laugh.
ILS 27 left.
Right, out acquire, out hold, come on.
40 degrees, descend 3,000.
Because then I want 1,000 feet a minute bugged.
Clear ILS 27 left, speed 67.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, fly radar heading 340 degrees.
Fly radar heading 340, speed
Cool,
90.
happy. I'm sure I did that.
Concorde 2, speed 250 knots or less.
Maintaining 250 or less, Speedbird Concorde 2. That's about all I can manage. Track heading
Speedbird
070.
319 Alpha, descend flight level 70.
That's 70, speed 090.
So he should give us a descent soon. 250 all the way round is what we're going to have to try and maintain.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, range 26 miles from
Tell you what
touchdown,
we do
runway
need.
27 left, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
5,000 feet, 1016, speedbird 319 Alpha.
Speedbird Concorde 2, turn right heading 080 degrees.
Right, heading 080 degrees, Speedbird Concorde 2. Right, that's it. I need a recall button. Nothing to check.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, turn right heading 350 degrees, descending to altitude of 4,000 feet.
Sorry, say the heading again, speedbird 319 Alpha.
So,
319 Alpha, in fact,
1095,
descend to altitude of 4,000 feet.
270.
Heading 4,000 feet, speedbird 319 Alpha.
And confirm descending 4,000 feet.
Confirm 4,000 feet, speedbird 319 Alpha.
Thank you. Speedbird Concorde 2, range 30 miles, 27 left, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1016, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 67, speed
That's
180
acquired.
knots.
Speed 180 knots, speedbird 67.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, turn left heading 315,
That does.
speed 200 knots.
Speed 200.
What was I doing? Flight engineer
319.
trim for that.
Speedbird 67, speed 2, correct speed 180 knots, so greater after passing 6 DME contact tower, 118.
Should have done that a bit sooner, I guess, by the looks of things.
180 or greater, 6 DME, 118.5, speedbird 67.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, speed 160 knots.
160, speedbird 319 Alpha.
Speedbird Concorde 2, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, if you can, speed 210 knots.
Descend altitude and we'll aim for speed 210, Speedbird Concorde 2.
220 is fine as well.
Speed 220, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 319 Alpha,
So,
west low,
out acquire.
for 27 left,
We
descend
should
to guide.
be able to do that, but it is going to be relatively inefficient for us.
Yeah, well, it's something like 50, speedbird 319 Alpha.
So we can get the rate of descent coming down a little bit, and the airplane will still.
Speedbird Concorde 2, report your final approach, speed.
Stand by, Speedbird Concorde 2. So let's just check the bugs. Where is it? Oh, payload nav, no. Nope, nothing there.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, speed 160 knots before DME.
160 to full speed 319 Alpha.
And Speedbird Concorde 2, it'll be a noise abatement 190 knot approach.
Speedbird Concorde 2, thank you very much. Turn left heading 330 degrees.
Left heading 330 degrees, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 319 Alpha, contact tower 118.5.
185, speedbird 319 Alpha.
4000 outer quiet armed set. Welcome to London. Let's get the visor down.
Speedbird Concorde 210 left heading 300 degrees.
Left heading 300, Speedbird Concorde 2. No idea when you're meant to do that. Now that looks to me like we've gone through the localizer. 095. No, just hasn't picked it up. 270. What has gone on with that?
Speedbird Concorde 2 descent to altitude 2,500 feet, speed 18, digression 190 knots.
Descend altitude 2,500, speed 190 knots, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird Concorde 2, thank you. On that heading, one localizer established for 27 left, descent on the glide.
The localizer from that heading, descend with the glide, Speedbird Concorde 2. Right, the trouble is, there we go. That's why. Stupid X-Plane. So we are cleared to descend with the glide. We think we've already picked it up. So we're looking for the localizer. 10 miles. Alright, that's probably a bit early for the nose. Whatever, don't care. Can see the runway. We are pretty much on glide, which is well done them. It's definitely not my ability. The 277 for the mist and straight ahead 3000. Like I said, I can't arm. So we are on glide. Happy to continue with vertical speed. 7 miles. 190, leave the auto throttle in.
Speedbird Concorde 2, thank you. Reduce to approach speed.
Reduce to approach speed, Speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird Concorde 2, thank you very much. And contact tower now 118.5 today.
Tower 118.5, thanks for the service. Great job, Speedbird Concorde 2. Bye bye.
7 left, 150 degrees, 6 knots.
Good, fancy that.
Heathrow Tower, good afternoon. Speedbird Concorde 2 established. ILS 27 left, 5 DME.
Speedbird Concorde 2, Heathrow, hello. Continue approach on number 2, 150 degrees, 6 knots.
Continue approach number 2, Speedbird Concorde 2. Thanks.
Heathrow Tower, KLM 650, Foxtrot refouled.
Let's get that on there.
Roger, bye-bye. Left hand, okay, Delta 2 behind the departing BAA 319, line up 27 right, now Alpha 2 behind. Delta 2 behind departing traffic, line up and wait behind you.
Speedbird 53 Romeo, request taxi please, gauge 325.
Speedbird 53 Bravo taxi Golf, Foxtrot, Bravo, hold up Titan.
So, time to get the autopilot off.
Yeah, hold control Bravo and hold the shuttle, Speedbird 53 Romeo.
Heathrow Tower, Cathay 238, heavy stand 253, it is Delta, QNH 1016, push and start.
Cathay 238, hello, push start green base north.
Push north, 238.
Good afternoon, SARDI 92, flight 77 on stand 417, information showering, to clear to jet.
Saudi 92, clearance is intact.
500 feet.
Shot 20 Charlie, clear take off 27 right, 150 degrees, 6 knots.
Clear take off, shuttle
200 feet.
Spread 319 Alpha, expedite right.
300. Auto throttle off.
land after the company 321 surface with 150 degrees 6 knots.
Land after company, speedbird Concorde.
100.
Speedbird 67 straight ahead on Alpha.
Oh, we're a bit
Charlie,
quick.
stand 543.
20.
Well, that's us done.
543, Speedbird 67.
Retard. Reverse it.
Evo Tower KLM 600 with Foxtrot looking for
That was not pretty, but we were not helped
yeah,
either.
KLM just stand by.
He really didn't want us to go around, did he? We'll have a look at that landing rate in a little bit. Let's get the reversers stowed.
Retracted.
Shuttle 20 Charlie, contact London 127.1, see ya.
London 127.1, thank you, see, bye-bye.
Speed 319 Alpha at Charlie, give way to the company
Oh, I didn't want that.
and then you can taxi on Bravo, stand 532.
532, Speedbird.
Oh, ground's not online.
Give way to the company 74, passing right to left, then left down Alpha, and hold short of Charlie.
Okay, give way to the company 74, left on Alpha, hold short Charlie, speedbird Concorde 2, thanks. Don't want the door open, window open. Why did that happen? I did it last time.
Speedbird 398, your new flight time hasn't come through. If you disconnect from the network and then log back in and refile, it should be here.
So you have to disable those.
Delta 2, clear for takeoff, runway 27 right, 150 degrees 6
We can
knots.
get engineer trim.
right, Delta 2.
Fuel trim 2.
Lufthansa 94 Delta behind the departing, behind the departing Delta 74, line up runway 27 right behind.
Line up 27 right behind the departing aircraft, Lufthansa 94 Delta.
So I think that was Delta, so hold short Charlie was what we were given.
Tower Speedbird 49 heavy, ready for push and start.
Station calling second.
Speedbird 49 heavy, ready for push and start.
Speedbird 49, once the company 321 passes right to left, pressure start approved, base north.
Push and start approved after the 321 Speedbird 49 heavy and we'll face north.
Speedbird 2 right, Charlie, stand 542.
Right, Charlie, stand 542. Thanks very much, speedbird Concorde 2.
Speedbird 398, you are cleared to lead on that one Foxtrot.
Well, that was stressful. Yes, I think Concorde in the old days was Terminal 4, from what I remember. I don't know what the dinging is. Anyway, late land after as well. I'm not even sure. Is that legit? Can they do land afters at Heathrow? That's looking quite good. That level of texture on the airplane is quite cool, isn't it? Yeah, I'll try not to nudge it with the nose. Can't make any promises.
SARDI 92 on stand 417, ready for push and start.
Got to get there first. Managed to screw the taxi up.
Lufthansa 94 down to clear for takeoff, runway 27 left, 150 degrees 6 knots.
Knock out the fuel truck. So
Clear for takeoff, the 27 right, Lufthansa 94 Delta.
Delta 2, contact London 129425, see ya.
129.45.
542 should be on the left here.
Speedbird 905,
Should be the second on the left.
Second left on Bravo, stand 537.
So should be this one.
Speedbird 905, uniform, second left Bravo, stand 537.
Oh, okay, I should have had the taxi lights on, but never mind, whatever. Well, that, ladies and gents, is pretty much us. Let's slow the aeroplane down. Nothing to hit here. Ideal stand.
398, request push and start.
That'll do us. So we are on stand at 1613 Zulu.
Speedbird 3.
I've just got to try it.
998. Push and start approved. Face north.
Need to figure out how to set that.
Push and start approved facing north.
So, wow, there we are. We would get the visor and everything up. Thanks for joining, guys. I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. Touchdown, 235 feet a minute. Okay, that was a bit of a thump. It really was. Especially because we got a little bit quick. Go around conditions met. Standard approach conditions met.
53 Romeo, link 2122, hold out for 2.
Landing rate 231. Landing rate 235. Okay, well, it was a thump, but we were down. Right, let's do a replay in a minute with all the lights. I'm going to leave the engines and stuff on so they show up.
Pressure start here, stand 329.
And we'll just say goodbye to VATSIM in a minute. Might as well get out and have a look. It's a fair old bit of traffic.
KLM 650 Foxtrot, ready for pressure
The
start.
textures are a bit squiffy thanks to X-Plane's texture management.
Down push and start approved, squawk 3456.
It's looking pretty busy anyway, so let's just have a look on the radar.
Alright, 3456 and we clear for push start now.
Yeah, there's a fair
Speedbird 53 Romeo, line up
few
from 827 right. Line up from
on the ground. Pretty busy. Big Concorde 2 shack down. Thanks very much for the service. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Cheers. See ya.
Right, there we go. Let's disconnect that. Leave the radios on and let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, that wasn't that bad a job. Now, I don't know if I have to do that. But we can certainly get the landing lights on. I think you can put them on and then they just don't come on if you don't have them set. Oh, I think I have to end the flight first. Oh, which means I have to shut down the engines. Flight may now be ended. I don't know if you get extra points on BA for that, so I'll tell you what, let's shut the engines down, then I'll start them up again, just so I can't do anything wrong. It's not going to matter from the outside, is it? So 3 hour, 33 minute flight duration. $16:30 on the blocks. Oh, it said aircraft touchdown at 499 and then bounced. I don't think it did, but we'll see. Anyway, let's file that PIREP. Could be a bit of a disaster. Landing number 4. Let's end that one. Right, so I've got all the flight tracking off. So let's start the engines back up just so that they are audible in the replay. Oh, hang on, did that not work? No, that one started. Oh, sorry if this doesn't work, guys. I guess it doesn't. Will the noise from one engine do? I have the others not started up. That's what I mean about it being a bit buggy. Like I said, I don't think you can start them up manually. Right, okay, I will try and figure this out in future, but anyway, let's have a look at the replay. backwards because I want to get the view from the runway cam. Nice landing. I don't think it was, Rick. I really don't think it was. We will see. Da 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 da. Okay, so yeah, no sound. We really need some sound for that, don't we? See what she looks like. Right, I'll cancel the replay and get some sound next. Oh, maybe it did bounce a little bit. Oh, gutted. If we try it from a bit further down. 500 feet a minute, I think it was. We're not going to see that, are we? So let's run it backwards. Just get it over here at the touchdown zone just to see what it looks like. I mean, it doesn't help that the runway is somewhat curved. That wasn't a 500 feet a minute touchdown. That might have been. I think it could have been worse. And I mean, look how quick it was. That wasn't even sped up. Okay, I'm not sure it was great, but you know what? I think it will probably do. So we touch down over here somewhere. Right, let's do it from here. You see me twitching away. Here is the silent landing. Yeah, I will blame the mesh, Chris, although that's also my fault to sort out. Plus worrying that we were going to get a go around and then we got a land after didn't help, and the speed was starting to run away as well. Just didn't want to flare it too much and balloon, and so we had a little bounce instead. I didn't think it was horrific, but it certainly said it was quite firm. Anyway, not bad for the fourth landing, nobody died and the aeroplane didn't break, so I'll take that. I'll figure out how to get it done with sound next time. And anyway, that's it. I'm going to jump off and actually, yeah, I mean, it's pretty curved runway that, which is probably quite realistic. Yeah, we missed the high speed because somebody was blocking it, weren't they? So, yeah, okay, not bad. A bit of a successful sonic transition, which was better than last time. Just need to work on the landing, so maybe I need to try and do some circuits, which will be a real challenge in this beast. It's really difficult to trim as well, so I find it that the trim is not fine-grained enough, so maybe I'll have to do some tweaking with settings to figure that out, but certainly just a tap on the trim puts it out of trim, which is not ideal. Anyway, not a broken aeroplane, and successful flight in my eyes. So thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back flying the Zebo later. I'm not sure what time, but I'm going to aim to start streaming again probably at 7 and go over to Schiphol for the event. So I'll flight plan that, have some dinner, and then it'll be fun to see you all again soon. So as always, thanks for watching. Thanks for subbing. Yes, Rick, back to Holland. It'll be nice and crazy. All the crazy Dutch people, well, all the crazy Dutch controllers who like to give themselves headaches with all of the terrible VATSIM pilots. I'm not doing it in Concorde because that was enough for me today. That was a struggle. I think we did pretty well getting around the London TMA, which was more luck than judgment. But anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe. I do appreciate it. Thanks for subbing if you have. And oh, sorry, Chris. I just saw your I just saw your comment. They assume HRH is on board. Yes, yes. Back in the day, I'm sure they did, and there was a very secret procedure for giving Concorde priority when everyone else was holding, which they had to record, but nobody mentioned. It just was what it was. So yeah. Anyway, thanks, guys. Take care, I'll see you again later, and if not, I hope to see you again soon. Thanks for subbing, thanks for liking if you liked, and let's get back in the Zebo later. Bye bye for now.